Good evening again, Cerritos residents and members of our community. I would like to call to order the Monday, August 24, 2026, 7 p.m. City Council Successor Agency regular meeting. The meeting will be conducted in a hybrid format. Instructions for remote public participation are listed on tonight's meeting agenda. The invocation will be given by the City Clerk, Cindy Nava, and the pledge will be held by the Optimist Club of Cerritos. Please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam City Clerk.
Please bow your heads in prayer. May this evening's discussions be guided by wisdom, fairness, respect, and commitment to the common good. May we listen thoughtfully and consider differing perspectives with civility. Amen.
Okay, if we could have the Optimist Club.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Harold Bazarian, Marty Flass of the Optimist Club of Cerritos and the Foundation. And let's please honor the greatest nation on earth. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Harold and Marty. All right, roll call. Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll?
Council and Agency Member Hong.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Say.
Present.
Council and Agency Member Yokoyama.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Polito.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Johnson.
Present.
The roll call is complete with 5 members present.
Okay, there are no presentations here tonight. Okay, just confirming that. Thank you. All right, the next item is 5B, City Manager. Do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. We're pleased this evening to have with us a representative from SoCalGas, Mr. Blake Perez, who's going to provide an update on recent activities of SoCalGas and current initiatives. So with that, I invite Mr. Perez to the podium to provide his presentation.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you so much for the invitation. I wanted to come tonight to talk about some of our new items, but also highlight some of our customer assistance programs. I think it's always a good reminder to know what we have to offer. So for those members of the community who are income qualified or have medical needs, to know what is available to help them with their gas bills. So let's start off first with a little bit about the gas company, so we can move on to the next slide, please. We cover 24,000 square miles, so we are the largest gas distribution utility in the country, serving over 21 million customers from the Central Valley to the Mexican border and everywhere in between. So a lot of customers, a lot of history, and a lot of knowledge with how we operate our system to make it a reliable, safe, and affordable system. Next slide, please. Whenever we do meetings internally, we always open with what we call a safety moment. So for this safety moment, I just want to inform the community, make sure that if you haven't already heard, we've sent a lot of updates out. There's been social media updates. There's been information everywhere, but it's always important for us to reach you where you are. So we have a uniform update, the first time in over 20 years. So no longer do we have that classic blue color. We are now going to have a gray color. So this update was effective as of August 10th. This is an example in the slide of what you might see from one of our field employees. There's also a coveralls edition where it's head to foot gray. Part of the reason we did that was simply because the uniforms haven't been updated in a long time, and that kind of made it, we wanted to reduce the risk of someone impersonating us. You know, we have to go into the home to check gas appliances. We want to make sure that you can trust that it's the right person. That's also why I'm emphasizing always ask for an ID badge. So no matter what, they show up in the uniform or not, ask for the badge. And if you're not sure, you can always give us a call. That's our customer line. So if you're ever not sure someone at your door is meant to be there, it's 1-800-427-2200. So we want you all to be safe and make sure that it's the right person coming to your doors. We do try and give a heads up when we're in the neighborhood, but sometimes work requires us to appear unannounced. So moving on to our next slide. So to the customer assistance programs that I wanted to highlight and focus on. So here's a summary of what we have available to customers. Not all of them are income driven, but many of them are. So we have what's called the California Alternate Rate for Energy program, the CARE program, which offers eligible gas customers a 20% discount on their monthly natural gas bill. This one is income based. I'll highlight in the next slide a little bit more about that one. We have an energy savings assistance program. This one is an energy efficiency program to help you with purchasing appliances that are energy efficient, to make upgrades to your home or your apartment, to make the unit more energy efficient, to reduce your gas bill simply because you won't need as much energy to heat your home or heat your water. Medical baseline allowance, which provides additional daily allowance of gas at the lowest baseline rate for people with a qualifying medical condition. This one I like to emphasize, the eligibility is based on your medical condition without regard to income. So any income level can qualify for this, any age. It's just about if you have a medical need for additional gas for an appliance at home. And then we also have an arrearage management plan. So this, for those who are already in our CARE program who have past due balances, you may be eligible to get bill forgiveness. So you can contact our customer service if you're on our CARE program to see more details about that. So as I talked about CARE Spotlight, this is probably one that more people are familiar with, but we want more people who could be eligible to be aware of this. So this is the 20% discount on your natural gas bill. The other utilities also offer this program. This is regulated by the CPUC and mandated by them, and so it's provided. Kind of the program is structured by our regulatory agency. There are couple ways to qualify. The first way is if you're already on a public assistance program. So if we go to the next slide, sorry. If you see here listed that if you're on one of these medical assistance programs already, you automatically qualify for this program. Now, if you are not on one of these programs, we then look at your income eligibility, and so we just ask what your income is, and it does change every year. It does get adjusted. So right now, the current, for an example, for a household of 4, the income limit is $66,000. So the last time I checked, for the city of Cerritos, I believe it's about 2,700 residents are currently enrolled in the CARE program. That was as of fall of last year. Yes, like I said, eligibility requirements are set by the California Public Utilities Commission, which is our regulatory body. Next slide, please. So if you want to go and learn more about the different assistance programs, here are the links to the pages. I would ask that the city link to this and provide this information to its residents. We have the information in multiple languages. I know this is a diverse community. English may not be your first language or a language in which you conduct a professional business in. So we have it in Spanish. We have our customer service teams are also, we have interpreters for all kinds of languages. So just give us a call and ask for that language, and they can guide you through these different eligibility for these different programs. And finally, I'd like to, the next slide, please, highlight a program that's not income driven, it's usage driven, and it's more of a budgeting tool. So, for most people, their gas bills vary throughout the year. In the winter, obviously, it goes up as you're using your heater, and in the summer, it goes down. For some who maybe would prefer a more consistent billing nature or who are in fixed income and just would like something a little bit more set, we do have a level pay plan, which it basically will average out your annual gas usage and bill you the same amount each month. And there could be a variance at the end of the year, and you will be charged the difference of what your usage is. But we do, the program does update every 6 months to try and keep it as accurate as possible to avoid too dramatic of a variance. But this was really helpful for those who want to, need a little extra help with their budgeting and they just want to have a similar payment every month. Next slide, please. So always a lot going on at the gas company. My boss likes to say it's never boring. So if you want to know all the information, all the cutting edge things that we are doing, I'd encourage you to follow us on social media. We are on X, which is formerly Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. I'm still trying to get us on TikTok, but we'll see about that. Next slide, please. And like I said, for additional information, we do offer multiple languages to provide assistance. If you have questions about your bill, questions about programs that we offer, energy efficiency information, I would encourage you to give us a call and we can help walk you through your particular situation. And that concludes my brief presentation tonight. I thank you all for your time. If you have any questions, I don't know if there's time for questions. If not, you can reach me at bperez1@socalgas.com. That's bperez, the number 1, at socalgas.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Blake. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions from the council?
Yes, Mayor. Blake Perez?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Blake. How many people did you say in Cerritos are signed up for the CARE program?
So when we looked at this, I wish I'd looked a little more recent, but as of October 31st of last year, it was 2,700 customers.
2,700 households
Yes,
That's how-
households, yeah.
in Cerritos are signed up for CARE with SoCal Gas.
That's right,
2,700.
700. That's the approximate amount.
Okay, great. Thank you. Chris, those 2,700 households could sign up for the low income assistance program for City of Cerritos water and sewer bills because they are enrolled with CARE at SoCal Gas. Isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so they have 2,700 residential households signed up for CARE with SoCal Gas. We only have 325 Cerritos households signed up for the low income assistance program for Cerritos Water. We need to get that information out to our City of Cerritos Water customers because that means we have about 2,400 eligible SoCal Gas customers that all they have to do is show us that they're signed up with CARE for SoCal Gas, and then they can get that discount with Cerritos Water, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks, Chris. Thank you, Blake.
Yes,
Appreciate the information.
of course.
Anybody else? Thank you, Blake. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you all. Thank you to the community as well.
I did forget I'm supposed to do public comments, correct, City Clerk?
Yes, that would be appropriate.
All right, I'll go ahead and open up for public comments. Is there anybody here that would like to speak under public comments? 5B. On 5B. On 5B. Speaking on 5B.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, SoCal, for your report. Thank you, Frank, for pointing out that if we have low-income residents, you care. Not only you care, you made time to ask appropriate question. If our city can connect individuals in need through different programs. And what I liked about this question was it really does not put that burden on our residents to show their lot number, utility account numbers, and so many different things, right? So I'm glad that you did that, SoCal. Thank you for your service. We do appreciate everything you do. Frank, good job. Keep on asking good questions. Thank you.
Is there anybody else? Do we have any remote speakers?
We do have one remote speaker requesting to speak at this time, and as a friendly reminder, comments during this item should be related to the SoCal Gas item just presented. Call-in user 1, please unmute your microphone and begin your comments.
Yeah, this is Gord Robinson. Everybody needs to pay their gas bills. There should be no programs for delinquent people. Being delinquent on your gas bill is for freaking niggers. That is all.
No other remote speakers? All right, seeing there are no other speakers, I will go ahead and close public comments. Next up, we have 5C, Advisory Board Appointments. City Manager, do we have a report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. The overview of this item will be given by City Clerk Cindy Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you is consideration of City Council nominations for resident appointment for service on the city's advisory boards. There are currently 2 vacant positions, one on the Economic Development Commission and one on the Planning Commission. Nominations for appointment may be made this evening. It is now recommended the City Council open public comment on this item and nominate individuals from the eligible pool of applicants to serve for the remainder of this term through April 30th, 2027 for the respective vacant seats in accordance with city and state requirements. Should any appointees be in attendance after the nomination and majority City Council approval, I will administer the oath of office either to both appointees together or individually as the City Council prefers. This concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions the City Council may have.
All right, do we have any appointments to be made this evening?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. This is regarding the Economic Development Commission, and I find one. I just want to let the public know all of you guys are qualified the position, but based on that, I have to choose who's one based on education, experience, and leadership background to come to work with the city. And this person finally agreed and also filed an application too. And I do have a lot of people I did interview with them already, which is on the list. They're all good, but I choose Laura. I call honorable lawyer. And Laura Watson is is double graduate from UC Berkeley, receiving a bachelor degree in political science in 1992 and Juris Doctor degree in 1995. So I'm going to call her Honorable Watson. Has a deputy district attorney for 14 years and has been judge for 16 years. She currently resides in Norwalk Superior Court. Honorable Watson has served the Cerritos community as co-chair of the ABC School District Facility Committee from 2015, which 2015 to 2017, where the committee recommend the bond that was passed to allow the school to meet safety code standards and modernization. From 2017 to 2023, she has a member of the ABC School District Foundation Board, which distribute grants to school for special project. In 2022, Honorable Walter was recognized by California Legislature with the Woman of the Year Award on the 58th Congressional District, Cerritos District. For her community involvement, also in 2022, she was recognized by the Cerritos Council for working in the community. It is my honor to introduce and ask my colleague to approve Laura Honorable Watson for this position. I'm going to ask my colleague to accept that.
Okay, before we vote, I'll open up for public comments on item 5C. City Clerk, can you clarify, would it be public comments for each nominee, or should I just do public comments for, because I have a nomination as well, and I'd like to.
At your discretion, you may announce your nomination and then open public comments.
Okay, I will. I have a nomination. Thank you, Mr. Pilman. I also have a nomination as well, and this is for the position of Planning Commissioner for the City of Cerritos. My nominee is Jason Matthew Amensek. Jason is a lifelong Cerritos resident and homeowner more than 40 years, and whose family has lived in Cerritos since 1971. He is a proud son of Cerritos and product of the ABC Unified School District, having attended Gonzalez Elementary, Carmenita Middle School, and Cerritos High School, as well as have taken courses at Cerritos College while at Cerritos High. He earned dual bachelor degrees in political science and sociology, as well as an MBA from UC Irvine, where he also served as vice president of the Paul Merage School of Business during his tenure. Jason interned at the U.S. House of Representatives at the U.S. Capitol and has worked continuously in the private sector since 2006, specializing in payroll, human resources, tax, and finance, while also serving a large client base and supervising teams. He has been actively involved in local parishes, including serving as chairman of a local parish pastoral council. He is part of the Knights of Columbus and currently has leadership roles in his local council. His civic involvement includes serving as a City of Cerritos appointee to the Celico Workforce Development Board of Directors and as a member of the Board of Directors of the Council on Aging Southern California. He has participated in the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts Ambassador Program for many years, founded and continues to operate online civic community forums, is a life member of the Friends of the Cerritos Library, was a longtime civic member of the Cerritos Regional Chamber of Commerce, and is a recent graduate of the inaugural LEAD Cerritos program. With deep roots in the community, extensive volunteer and leadership experience, a professional background in business, finance, and regulatory compliance, and long-standing relationships with residents, businesses, and community organizations, Jason brings a balanced and informed perspective to public service. His lifelong commitment to Cerritos, combined with his understanding of the city's history, neighborhoods, and future needs, makes him well qualified to serve on the Cerritos Planning Commission and help ensure thoughtful development, responsible growth, and the preservation of the exceptional quality of life that residents value. I seek my council colleagues' approval for the appointment of Jason Aminsek to the Planning Commission. Before we take a vote, if there are no other appointments to be made, I will go ahead and open it up for public comments. All right.
I second the nomination of Laura Walton, and I second the nomination of Jason Matthew Amansek.
Thank you. I will go ahead up and open for public comments.
David Plowman, 7842 Sun Valley Way. Now, I'm reluctant to rise because the process, again, I regularly want to talk about process. The process previously has been that you start this agenda item. The clerk says what positions are open. Then you open public comment. Then maybe there's a nomination. Okay, the reason I wanted to rise tonight was because at the last meeting there was some connotation that previously there had been a committee member that had been removed by a member of the council. And so I just wanted to say that, you know, if in fact there is someone that has an objection to who is nominated, then we should use what we normally do for all other agenda items and do what we have done tonight, is that you say there are so many openings, and then there's an opportunity for nominations, and if somebody objects to any of those people, then they should be able to rise and speak. Now, I have no reservations about either of the two nominations tonight. However, you seem to be stunned at the Frontier Park photo op that several commission and committee members were not present. Yes, some viewed this as a photo op for the council. I was aware that at least 2 commission members who were not going to appear as they thought this event and the cost of it was a poor signal when the budget had been cut on so many other items. It's my opinion that the message that this council sends to those who are serving or might volunteer to serve on these commissions creates a scenario where more are not likely to become involved. Further, I was dismayed when a member of the Community Safety Committee last week opined that they believe that residents are hesitant to appear in the council chambers for meetings when there is live television. I think that's very dangerous. Thank you for your opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Plowman. Are there any other public comments just on this item, on item 5C, Advisory Board Appointments? Please state your name. Thank you.
My name is Sam Desai. I'm a resident of Cerritos. Thank you, Sophia Tsay, for nominating someone. I'm not sure who the person is, but can you identify them, please? Hello, Judge. Thank you. And Honorable Judge, thank you for serving. And thank you, Linda Johnson, for nominating Jason. Thank you, sir. And I'm sad that our council thought to remove a council member was needed. So as this nomination process has happened, new individuals are here. I'm curious if they had to take an oath to you. What happens, Linda Johnson, if there is a conversation with Jason and you twist the words and he knows about it? Is he going to stand up to you, or has he signed a personal loyalty to you? And for Honorable Judge, thank you for serving. What happens if there is a Browns Act violation? Should our judge do something? Or is there a loyalty factor which is going to stop them from being removed from our committees and commissions? Because it's very difficult, as we know, to find quality people who still trusts you, Linda Johnson, as our mayor. And I'm glad that Jason trusts you enough, that he knows that he brings hope for those of us who may have applied alongside other people, but will never be chosen by you, because we will not take an oath to loyalty to you. So my request to Sophia Tsay and Mayor Linda Johnson is, please have this workshop, training workshop, show them how much our residents care about our commissioners, our committee members who serve our city, that they will be honored, because our trust is in you, not people who have nominated you. Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers? Seeing none. Oh, do we have any remote speakers?
None at this time, Mayor.
All right. Seeing we have no other speakers, I will go ahead and close public comments. We will vote individually. Sophia Tsay made a motion for her nominee of Laura Walton to the Economic Development Commission, and we have a second from Councilmember Frank Aurelio Yokoyama. Let's go ahead and vote. Thank
Motion
you.
passes 5-0.
Congratulations, Laura. Honorable Laura Walton. My apologies. And I have a motion on the floor for the appointment of for the Planning Commission of Jason Matthew Amensek, and we have a second from Frank Aurelio Yokoyama. Let's go ahead and vote. Again,
Motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations, Jason. Are you ready to take the oath of office tonight? Are you ready to take the oath? Okay, we'll go ahead and do that.
Congratulations. I'm going to just ask you to say aye and state your name. I'll read the oath, and then you can say I do.
Do you want me to raise my right hand?
And if you could please raise your right hand. And if you would please say aye and state your name.
I, Laura Walton,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
I do. I would just like to thank the City Council for, well, Ms. Tsai, for nominating me and for voting for me. And I heard one of the comments about people being chosen that will give the benefit or do basically what the council wants. I just want you to know that I am not that person. And when Ms. Tsai contacted me, and I had to think about it, I did not immediately say yes. And then I contacted her and I said, I need you to understand something, because I too have lived in Cerritos for 25 years. I am aware of all of the political strife that is unfortunately occurring in our city. And so I told her, I said, if you choose me, then I am going to do what I do every day in my day job. I will listen to everyone, evaluate everything, and make the best decision that I believe is for the benefit of Cerritos, the city that I live in, I've raised my family in, and that I love. I will be holding to no one, just like I'm holding to no one in my day job. The same oath I just took here, I have to take, and I take that oath. My duty is to the Constitution, to the state of California, and now to the Cerritos residents. Thank you.
Laura, wait, we need to take a picture together. I just want to add another quick comment. That was our conversation, but I also added that you have freedom to speech, you have the rights, and you know better than me as a judge. And we did discuss on that when the court and how he handled, I asked her, how he handled a situation, a right. And she stick to gun and say, hey, this is what I do, and I will do the same thing here. I wanted to thank you so much to take that. And I did wait for it. Thank you.
Did you want anybody to join you here for the swearing in?
Yes, if my immediate family can come and join me,
If we
please.
can have the family join in for the swearing in?
Thank you.
Let's have Marty fly up here. Can we tell we're brothers?
If you would please raise your right hand and say aye and state your name.
I, Jason Matthew Amonsek,
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
I do.
Congratulations.
Okay.
Want to move in more?
Yeah.
Everyone move a little bit to your right, so everyone's in the blue. There we go. Thank you. Okay. 3 photos, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. A couple of that flash.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
is there anybody else you want photos with?
Thank you.
Is there anybody in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, anybody else that wants to join in on the photo?
Any of my guests?
Your guests? No? Okay.
They're camera shy.
All right. Do you want to say a few words?
Sure.
Okay.
I just want to thank the City Council for voting me and trusting in me and giving me an opportunity to serve as your planning commissioner. And I also want to thank the residents of the city of Cerritos as well. Been living here my entire life. I'm a direct product of this town. I'm proud to be from here. You've heard Linda mention some of my past experiences, I hope to bring that level of experience to my day-to-day job as planning commissioner. So thank you all very much. I hope to meet some of you around town, and definitely please reach out if you have any questions. Appreciate it.
Next up, we have public comments. Before we continue for public comments, I want to take a moment to remind everybody about our public comment procedures, particularly because SB 707 has changed how public comments are conducted. SB 707 allows members of the community to participate remotely by telephone, and we have an obligation to make sure callers have a reasonable opportunity to be heard. That means we need to allow sufficient time for callers to join the meeting and provide comments. At the same time, our city has a 3-minute time limit for individual public comments. I ask everyone to please be mindful of that time limit so that we can be fair to all members of the public who have taken the time to participate. We also need to keep the total public speaking portion of our meeting within 45 minutes. So when a speaker goes beyond the allotted time, refuses to yield the floor, or otherwise disrupts the orderly conduct of the meeting, it can delay the process. We would have to call a recess, we would have to restore order, and that would reduce the time available for others that wish to speak. So our goal is not to prevent anyone from being heard. Actually, it's quite the opposite. We want everybody to have a fair opportunity to speak. I actually want to hear what you have to say. I appreciate everyone's cooperation and respect for the process. Real quick, Captain, can you just please share with us, as a law enforcement officer, the process when a council meeting becomes disruptive, including folks that purposely ignore the 3-minute time limit after being warned, and how that person is notified and all that? What's the process on that?
So it's going to be pursuant to the Penal Code, Section 403 of the Penal Code. And that states that every person who, without authority of law, willfully disturbs or breaks up any assembly or meeting that is not lawful in its character, other than an assembly or meeting referred to in Section 302, which has to do with religious gatherings of the Penal Code, or Section 1834 of the Election Code, that happens to do with voters in a public area discussing stuff, is guilty of a misdemeanor. So in layman's terms, it makes it a misdemeanor to willfully and unlawfully disturb or break up a lawful public meeting or assembly. So what do we do in that particular instance? Depending on, the severity of what's going on, we'll document it and we'll investigate it like we would any other incident. And then if necessary, we'll present it to the district attorney's office and they can make a determination from there.
Okay, thank you. And then Cindy, I think you also have some disclosures to make.
Thank you, Mayor. Agenda item 6, public comments, should be limited to items on the consent calendar, closed session, and items not listed on the agenda but that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. As stated, all public comment periods will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker with a maximum time of 45 minutes unless the mayor extends. The time is now 7:39 p.m. and item 6 public comment period will end by approximately 8:24. If necessary to allow remote participants an equal opportunity to speak at the halfway mark, I will inform the City Council it is the appropriate time to transition from in-person comments to the call of remote public speakers. Also, in accordance with newly enacted state requirements, if less than the full 45-minute time allotment is used, the City Council may, at the conclusion of item 6 public comments, proceed to the next item on the agenda. However, at approximately 8:24 p.m., item 6 public comments will be reopened to allow any interested parties who have not already provided comments under item 6 to speak for the remaining of the 45-minute time allotment. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and proceed with the first speaker, Robert Chevelle. After that will be David Peilman.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, residents, and fellow golfers. Yes, I'm here to talk about the golf course again. Please excuse the quick talking and reading, much to say in only 3 minutes. As you know, the Resident Budget Task Force, of which I was a member, voted 14-1 to have the city explore contract operations of the golf course. I'd like to thank the city for putting this on the agenda last meeting, in particular council members Hong and Say for their May motion and second, and Mayor Johnson for talking with me about this several times since. Mr. Polito, Mr. Yokoyama, your kudos are coming. Next, thanks to Ms. Sagila, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Patel, and the city staff for their detailed agenda report, in addition to being without a single typographical error or grammatical error that I could find. It was remarkably thorough and timely. Especially noteworthy, I believe, was their Exhibit 1. It showed that of the 9 courses with third-party operators, only 1 was losing money. I was unable to attend last month's meeting when all this was discussed, though I did submit written comments. These were read by Deborah Berry, for which I thank her. For what it's worth, I support the city staff recommendation to increase fees across the board for now, and I commend Councilman Yokoyama for his quick arithmetic and desire to act on this immediately. A few issues from the last meeting, though, do need to be clarified. First, thanks to Mr. Polito for mentioning AB 339 and his concerns about employee morale, and City Manager Lopez for explaining. To be clear, no one is suggesting closing the course or making layoffs. The course is a beautiful city asset. If maintenance and operations were ever done by a third party, that third party would undoubtedly want to retain our local experts. I was told that they typically retain 99% of existing employees. So our city employees would then have 2 job offers. That should be good for morale. Second clarification, the operating loss was said in May to be $577,000, but then at the last meeting it was said to be $377,000. The $577 was for the past fiscal year. The $377 is a prediction for the current. But the course has had an operating loss of about $400,000 a year for the past 5 years. This becomes $500,000 a year when capital improvements are included, and about $550,000 a year when the SCE payments are added. And then, as you know, the city has about $100 million in unfunded pension liabilities. Surely some of that applies to the golf course. Call it $50 million. So now we're at $600,000, pardon me, call it $50,000. So now we're at $600,000 a year. Third point of clarifications, about 50,000 rounds of golf were played at Ironwood last year. By contrast, Rec 9 had 100,000. That's twice as much. Fourth, about a quarter of those rounds were to residents, so that's about 12,500 people. If they play about once a week, that's 250 golfers, less than half of 1% of our city of 50,000 people, maybe 3 times more than that for the driving range. We shouldn't be losing $600,000 a year for fewer than 1,000 people. The other 98% of residents would much prefer that this money.
Thank you. All right, next we have David Pileman and Gavin Riley.
Pam, do you have your finger on the mute button? Ms. Johnson, I would not have done a stunt like Sam Desai did on July 27, but I identify with the action he believed was necessary to highlight what he and I and a few others have been emphasizing since the Solanke mayoral term. We insist that a 5-minute speaking period is essential for the ability of the public to air their thoughts. Then, when you return from your first recess, you have the city attorney read from a document which your constituents were promised an opportunity to provide input to before it was enacted. Continuing on, we are required to take another recess while we air the facts about an electioneering incident. Linda, during our personal meeting on July 21, you explained your goal to move the meetings along. Your goal did not appear to be achieved on July 27. On June 22nd, when the council decided to reduce the number of monthly council meetings, a respected member of the gallery commented that you had just reduced the ability of your constituents to comment by 1/2. At that time, you also decided to reduce the frequency of meetings for the commissions and committees. So for me, this further reduced my opportunity to comment by a significant marker. Now, the city attorney has mandated that the council members submit on a monthly basis copies of all the emails they dispense For me, this now tells me that I can no longer, via email, communicate with a council person. As if I want to comment on a policy or even about a member of the staff, should that council member respond to me, it is possible the text of my email becomes public record. Last week, I attended a Los Alamitos City Council meeting. During the meeting, the city manager asked the city clerk to cover some of the activities the council members could not perform during their campaigning. Yes, our council election is technically not until March, but it would be prudent for the council members to be cautious about their actions in reference to the school board election, their positions on filling an open seat on this council, and the 2 other ballot issues under preparation. I am reluctant to ask items to be pulled from the consent calendar, but I have concerns about items that sometimes appear on the register of demands. I ask those of you in the gallery and those of you at home, if you would like to have items in this agenda item more closely considered, let me know. I get lots of comments about other items that I address. This continues my pursuit of how much information are the residents entitled to know. Lastly, yes, I was hopeful that I would be able to address.
Thank you, Mr. Plowman. We have Gavin Riley, then Sam Desai.
Good evening. My name is Gavin Riley. I'm a 52-year resident of Cerritos. And with that much longevity in the city, I have had to deal with the Building and Safety Committee quite frequently, and rarely without some problems. This city needs to upgrade the Building and Planning Commission to make permitting easier, to allow the Cerritos codes to be more easily understood, and to eliminate some human errors. A case in point is my most recent experience with the committee. In 2001, I submitted plans for a patio cover. Not only that, but to include LED lighting, which the state now requires. These are the plans that were submitted. And they were checked. That's what all the red marks are. And I paid almost $400 for the permit. The work was done. It was checked. When they came for the final inspection, the final inspector said there was no inclusion of a lighting permit, even though it was in the plans that we gave them. They should have called me so I could have taken care of it, but instead they filed it. 5 years later, I had a contractor, that was a couple of weeks ago in fact, go to the city to get a permit for another project, and they wouldn't process it because this thing was outstanding. I went to the city and agreed to pay for this 5-year-old permit for lighting, and was told it had expired. I needed to get a new building permit. Since the project that I'm planning for now is very important, I went ahead and paid it. But I think it's close to extortion. And it's not the people who did it, it's the fact that our building codes are so difficult to understand, so much subject to the whims of the people looking at them. And I wish the council would look into it and make it much easier. I had a contractor the other day who said he didn't understand why the city doesn't allow you to file permits online. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert, we could please have staff reach out to Mr. Riley and discuss with him the issues that he's facing.
Yes, we'll do.
Thank you. And next we have Sam Desai and then Carla Gilheis.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Sam Desai. I'm a resident of Cerritos, and I'm requesting Mayor to grant me 5 minutes, for I may not be able to finish in 3 minutes. Please consider that. Mayor, we are all different. We have different opinions, and disagreement is part of democracy. I understand the explanations given by Captain and you, and here I stand sharing that no resident should be intimidated for speaking their opinion at this microphone. Mayor, Council, if you agree with me that no resident should be intimidated from speaking their opinion here because we are all different, then please stand up. Abuse of power is unacceptable. We understand that public meeting can have reasonable rules and time limits, but those rules cannot become a tool for intimidating residents or suppressing viewpoints. Mayor, the Brown Act provides for public participation because the public has a legitimate role in the functioning of our government. If you invite us to speak and if you intimidate and you throw the book, please know that these residents are capable of reading it and responding likewise. Mayor, we have 45 seconds, and I request you allow me to finish for 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, you have 3 minutes like everybody else, as I had stated at the beginning of public comments.
The verbiage here says may be limited to 3 minutes, not will be limited to 3 minutes. It is at your discretion, extending to maximum of 5 minutes per speaker. And as we shared, ma'am, not everything can be spoken in 3 minutes.
Right.
And if you allow me to continue without interrupting, I want you to assure everyone that I understand. Madam Mayor, I also request at this time to please remove consent calendar 7E for consideration. Council, 7E remove. I would like to.
Thank you. City Attorney, can you please explain if we as a council are providing residents the opportunity under their First Amendment rights, their ability to speak freely at our meetings, and the need for time limits for everybody? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and council members, members of the public. The Brown Act under 54954.3 does allow the city council to establish regulations as it relates to public meetings, including comment periods, speaking times, et cetera. And the council has done that within its discretion under the council member and appointed official guidebook and protocol manual. That has established a 3-minute time limit for speakers to speak on whatever topic is at hand. In this case, the general public comments. That 3-minute time limit is an allowance of members to redress their government with respect to grievances, to speak freely in compliance with their First Amendment rights, but at the same time, it balances the requirement to conduct a meeting that is timely and allowing participation in an orderly manner. And so this council has allotted 3 minutes for members of the public to speak. Other councils in other cities and other public agencies have different regulations with respect to their time limits. And that should be respected among everybody who walks in through these doors. And it doesn't matter what is said, as long as they can say it within 3 minutes and it is within the city's purview of being said, then that should be allowed. To go over that would particularly upset the orderly conduct of the meeting. That's why these time limits are established.
Thank you for that clarification, City Attorney. Next, we have Carla Gilheis and then Charles Suter.
Tonight because a disturbing pattern has emerged in our city, one that directly threatens the First Amendment rights of the people living here. Free speech is not a privilege granted at the discretion of this council. It is a constitutional guarantee meant to protect democratic oversight, especially when citizens disagree with those in power. Consider the recent decision to reduce city council meetings from twice a month to just once a month. Slashing public meetings in half cuts public oversight in half. It restricts our access to local government and restricts our right to petition for a redress of grievances. This issue extends online as well. Council members routinely use social media accounts to broadcast official city business while simultaneously disabling public comments or deleting feedback that doesn't align with their views. Federal courts have made it clear when an elected official uses their page as a social platform for city topics, that space becomes a public forum. Silencing opposing viewpoints online is violating the public's First Amendment rights. We see this pattern right here in this chamber. The 3-minute public comment limit is enforced with absolute rigidity for those who criticize city policies. Microphones are cut off mid-sentence. Yes, in prior meetings, there have been speakers expressing support or praise and have been granted extra time and leeway. Time limits must be applied equally and neutrally, regardless of whether you like what the speaker is saying. Even worse, retaliatory tactics have moved beyond City Hall. Law enforcement intimidation. Last week, you sent a sheriff's deputy to a resident's home during the day with his family there for exceeding a 3-minute speaking limit in the July meeting. 3 weeks after he spoke, you sent someone to his house. That action crosses a dangerous line. Using law enforcement over procedural council rule is an undeniable act of intimidation meant to chill speech. It will not chill speech. Targeting local businesses. Frank Yokoyama going into local businesses to intimidate community members who are simply exercising their democratic rights is an unacceptable abuse of power, and it's not exercising your First Amendment right, Frank. It's being a bully. Threatening appointed officials, Frank confronts appointed commissioners like Benjamin, Corritt, and Thomas. In the last meeting, you approached Thomas and threatened them with removal simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. It's a blatant attempt to silence independent voices. The council should immediately address these issues, restore full civic access, return to 2 council member meetings per month. The money you saved us was spent on sending sheriff deputies to the citizen's house. Transparency and dissent are the bedrock of local democracy. We demand that this council respect the constitutional rights of the people of Cerritos.
Thank you. I believe the captain has already explained that as part of their law enforcement process, the investigation is part of the law enforcement process when a crime or a misdemeanor has been committed. Also, I want to address that I believe you did speak with the city attorney regarding social media. She can re-explain it to you if you need that. Charles Suter and then Kavisha Prajabhati. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, but we do have Charles Suter. Thank you.
Charles Suter, Cerritos residence for 57 years. I'm here to discuss some unfinished business. I'm speaking specifically of the budget deficit problem that has not yet been resolved yet. I got caught up in this when I received the notice that there was being some town hall meetings to discuss this subject. There were 2 propositions or 2 pathways, a 1% increase in sales tax or equal reduction in the city amenities, which would basically fall on the city staff to be reduced. They went to the city council, and the city council didn't accept either one of them. However, to your credit, you did create a budget for the coming year. Unfortunately, the budget is going to reduce our reserves by $10.6 million, a solution that's not sustainable. I think the reason you rejected these two alternatives is they were just too painful. 1% sales tax increase or a large reduction in city staff. If I was sitting up there, I would be hesitant to pick either one of them. It's like choosing between a headache or an upset stomach. I don't want either one. The solution has to be some mix between either reducing sheriff's deputies, city staff, sell off city assets, or increase the sales tax. It's got to be some combination of those in order to resolve our problem permanently. Now, speaking of the sales tax increase, I've noticed that these cities I'm going to list have a sales tax of 10.5%. Long Beach, Lakewood, Bellflower, Artesia, Lakewood, Hawaiian Gardens. Cerritos is 9.75%. If Cerritos was to increase the sales tax 0.75%, we'd be par with everybody else. That would give us $15 million extra to help solve our budget deficit. It would reverse the $10.6 million that we're going to spend this year to draw down our reserves, and maybe another $5 million so we can reduce perhaps the burden that the water rate payers have to pay our city. So my recommendation to the staff is let's have some more discussions to create some more options. Let's present them to the city staff and see if we can't get this problem fixed once and for all before our reserves are completely dwindled to nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Kavisha, then we have Kirit Chauhan.
Dear City Council, I am here in front of you today both as a longtime Cerritos resident and a lawyer here on my personal capacity. I request you look beyond your attachment to these seats you sit on and listen with open ears, open eyes, and an open heart. Not long ago, our fellow resident had the city sheriff called on him at his house for being deemed a disruptive voice at a public city council meeting. I was there at the meeting, and nothing about the manner of his comment was disruptive or disturbing that would warrant an attempted exercise of the penal code. To me, this is a horrifying attempt to intimidate us into compliance. Let me reiterate that the U.S. Constitution protects free speech and the right to protest. You cannot weaponize a state agent to intimidate concerned citizens who have safely and calmly voiced their opinions just because you are uncomfortable. Dialogue is non-negotiable in a healthy civic society with the expectation that you respond to us with competence. We know that a majority of us are upset, not at you, but at your leadership. In the spirit of free speech, let me name a few of my recent concerns. Frank Yokoyama tried to confront elderly immigrant petition circulators at their place of business and demanded that petitions be removed from their designated signing locations. Linda Johnson tried to hire your friend into a seat of public power and pay her double the usual salary when our city is already in a budget deficit. We are very lucky that you didn't succeed. And the rest of you sit idly by. If you face uncomfortability at the attempt for accountability for your actions, I humbly suggest you rectify your mistakes instead of using extreme means to retaliate. That is wholly within your power and would actually strengthen our faith as residents in your leadership. I want to remind everyone that City Council is an office of public service. Your responsibility is to serve the people, not your own interest or what you think is best for us. You can limit public comment time, but the message you're sending to us is that you're treating your position as a procedural performance rather than a relationship with us, the residents. We voted you into these seats, and we can also vote you out. No level of intimidation is going to stop the power of the people. And honestly, at the end of the day, we're supposed to be on the same side. I leave you with a lingering question. Are you truly on Cerritos' side?
Thank you. I want to address that if you do have concerns about my actions, I'm free to meet with you. I think you may have gotten misinformation from social media, but I'm very free to meet with you on your discussions. Please do not disrupt this chamber. Do not disrupt this chamber. I am giving you a warning. Do not disrupt this chamber. Next, we have Kirit Chauhan, Grace Hugh, then Charlie Jocelyn.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. On Sunday, August 16th, I went to Trader Joe's. Two young men wearing masks and with a label that said press approached me in my vehicle with cameras. I didn't know what to make of it. So when they came up, I said, okay, this is weird. But I just looked at them, young people doing stupid things. I just smiled and walked away, and they did not do anything to me. But wearing masks that fully covered their face, one had a black mask, the other one had a neon green mask. Since I didn't react, and by the way, I usually am very calm, I went to Trader Joe's, came back. The manager was trying to calm the customers down by saying, please ignore them. They're just trying to get an intimidation or rise out of you. I went back outside to go home. So then a young lady came along. So it was a mom. She parked directly in front of Trader Joe's. These hoodlums, that's what I like to call them, approached them, and the mom got scared. She was trying to cower and took her daughter away. They deliberately went to that car and took a picture of the VIN number for no other purpose than to intimidate. There were several customers there. And I put it on social media. Other people saw it too, so it cannot be hidden. In fact, if you have the power, and I talked to the manager, I don't have the power to ask for video footage, but you can through Captain Strong. At what point do people feel safe shopping at the town center? Whose responsibility is that? Who owns the town center? Oh my goodness, it's us. I don't want to hear any excuses about they're within their rights. They've taken away my rights. People talk about cameras. Of course, there are cameras everywhere, but nobody's sticking it in your face. So what are you guys going to do about it? That's my question to you. You know, if I don't feel safe, perhaps I shouldn't shop in Cerritos.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just want to remind the community that if you'd like to call in and speak under public comments, to go ahead and participate on our website. Next, we have Grace Hugh and then Charlie Jocelyn.
Good evening. My name is Grace Hu, former mayor of the city,
and also 50 years residents of the city and real estate developer and an investor. So I come here to speak because I strongly against to purchase the property at 16550 Bloomfield Avenue in the city of Cerritos with $5.7 million. You are paying $5.7 million, plus in the future you have to pay for the tenant improvement. You are talking
Grace,
about,
I'm so sorry. That's under 7. Oh, 7C is allowed under consent count. Okay, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Actually, I prefer to talk when the agenda 7C, not
Okay.
right now.
Okay. Yeah, this is the time to speak under 7C. This is the time to speak under 7C.
7C?
Yes, yes.
So
yes,
it's
my
okay?
mistake, yes. Can we give her back her time? Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, anyway, this is a big decision. I hope I have at least 5 minutes to talk, because I'm come here to help you to make decision for the investment for the city's residents. And this is a big investment for our taxpayers' money. So this is a very, very bad building. I don't know, did you ever see that building? You compare with the Plaza building at Town Center. There's no comparison. Number one, the size, the construction, and the age, and the location, they are totally different. You cannot say, okay, he got a lease for that Park Plaza Avenue, and then we have to pay to buy the Bloomfield Street. That's a totally different properties. So this is very, very bad purchase. Okay, I come here. This is the first time I come here to speak after I left the city council in 2022, because I think I want to provide my real estate development experience to help you make decision. So I don't know, do you only under one circumstance, if you have a potential tenant for that building, pay at least $40,000 to $45,000 a month, $500,000 a year, and sign 5 years lease with a 5 years extension, and then you may consider. Otherwise, you should not consider to buy that property on Bloomfield. So I really hope I have chance to talk to you, ask you question, and I want you to answer my question. So before you make decision, I think this is a very serious, decision you make tonight. That's you are talking about $6 million investment for the city, and now you have a $10.4 million deficit in our, budget. How can you spend $6 million to buy a property, a piece of junk? It is a piece of junk. Did you see the condition? Did you see the underground parking? In the future, even demolish the building, you need $500,000 to demolish that building. Okay, please don't buy this property, period. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have Charlie Jocelyn.
Mayor, may I announce for the
Yes,
record that
please.
we have no participants at this time raising their hand requesting to speak. If any of our remote participants would like to speak, please raise your hand. And there are none at this time.
Thank you, Cindy.
Good evening, Mayor, fellow council members. Don't know if you realize, but 3 minutes isn't a lot of time. Just ask former Mayor Yokoyama. I don't ever remember him giving us clear thought in 3 minutes. Last council meeting, when Sam came up here, he requested 5 minutes from the very beginning. He wasn't combative. He wasn't argumentative. He had points to make, just like Robert had points to make earlier today. And if you're willing to listen to what Robert had to say earlier, you could have learned a lot about what he's looked into. He's done a lot of research and he's got a lot of valuable information to share. And I believe Sam had a lot of valuable information to share last meeting. Yeah, I hope you're not going to be going after Garrett because he went over 15 seconds earlier today. So is the sheriff going to be calling on him since he went over 15 seconds? Are we really going to discourage public speaking by enforcing the rules? I know you already have the mic cut so that at the end of 3 minutes you can cut off the mic. But I don't think that's going to help public discourse. I don't think that's a really nice thing for Cerritos, and I don't think it's representing Cerritos well. I can't believe that we sent a sheriff when there was ample time after Sam spoke last time to speak to him at that time. He wasn't disruptive. He wasn't causing any scenes. I saw the videos. I wish I had been here. But that's absurd that happened. I hope it doesn't happen again. And a lot of times, you know, a lot of people are up here, they don't agree with you. Some people are up here, they agree with you, but you need to listen to them, whether they're on your side or opposed to you. And Frank, I hope you're not going to be going to any other businesses and trying to disrupt a legal collection of signatures. That's not acceptable. You know, we're doing so many things that are outside normal civilized behavior. And one thing is clear, you're not listening. You're not listening to what the public wants. If you go to the park, you would have heard, you could see how many people are coming out to sign. This is not benefiting Cerritos right now. You can resign right now and save the city a lot of money. And I know you keep trying to inflate the cost of a recall election. It is not going to be $1.8 million, even though you put it into the budget. That's absurd. $350,000 is what the city clerk has said it would cost. That's more reasonable. And it's going to save the city a lot more money by doing the recall now. I guess I better quit now before I go over my time.
Thank you. All right, the next speaker is Curtis Forsyth. Tonight we'll honor a request for accommodation received from Mr. Forsyth in advance of tonight's meeting. You'll have 5 minutes, after which the microphone will be automatically muted.
That's fine.
Just to let everyone know, the reason for the 3 minutes, like I said in the beginning of the meeting, because of the new legislation under SB 707, we need to take phone call requests from residents calling from home. We have 45 minutes to conduct public comments. It's the fairest way for everybody to be heard. And that's what we want, is to hear everybody. No one's First Amendment rights are being violated. Everybody's getting to speak. So it's actually for your benefit. Go ahead with your comments.
Thank you very much. So I am a child of abuse. And what you did to Sam is one of the most traumatic events that someone who doesn't experience these types of situations on a normal event to go through. You did not just scare him, you terrorized his family and his daughter. And I'm really curious, because I know that your cameras, don't you guys use Bluetooth accuracy, and you guys use the cameras for the identification for the cars and stuff? Am I wrong on that? So would you be able to track someone when they're on Zoom calls on work and then take their business away and show up at a time when you know he's home? Because I know that's possible.
Please address the council.
Okay,
Thank you.
I was just curious because you've had Deborah Berry and you've talked to her many times. So beyond that, I'm really curious because you've already filed 2 false police reports with Brian Hughes, the reporter guy sitting back here. And then right here is where you've used our tax money. So I would like this submitted for the record. So if all of you are really curious to what these people are like and what they do to human beings and how they really treat you, here you go. This is for you. Now, onto the trauma as a child. Do you see how I am? You just made another person feel this way. And this is not somebody who walks away or backs down. And now I'm standing in front of you, and you've dealt with me for how long now? All you had to do was apologize, and you refused to do that. Why? Because you abused your power, and you won't even, oh, there's the stare. That's the one I was waiting for. So how you doing? It's nice to finally see you and meet you. You abused your power, and you stuck me in an interrogation position. And then you pulled your camera out as your police searched me and ripped my cameras off me. And then they grabbed me. And you tried to say that's normal. When I interviewed Dan Nino and explained that to him of the Asian Journal, he was mortified. When I've asked Brian Hughes, he runs away. Brian Hughes seems to report a lot of positive feedback for you, especially since, did you hire him at one point? Yeah, see. So you guys hired somebody who's running an advertisement basically for you. And I'm having an issue with this because I'm watching months and months of no recall petitions. This man is running operational intelligence for you, and he's making phone calls. And he's making reports. He may not directly be doing it with you, but he's doing it for you. Because that's what I was paid to do when I was doing it. So I understand how this system works very clearly. So I'm trying to understand why this is a constant behavior with you and you. You have abused me multiple times. You refuse to look at me. You have never apologized to me, and I can guarantee you, you would never apologize to Sam. The man spoke for 5 minutes, and you wasted more of our tax dollars on getting up and walking away and throwing a fit like a 2-year-old. You could have just sat and listened to someone who cared about our community speak to you and try to help you make money while we're suffering. Now, onto the trauma. This has been a lifelong trauma for me, and you made me go through it again. I was pulled out of my house by police officers in my underwear and then brought to a police station with beating marks all over me while you guys stripped me naked and took photos as a child. So I understand the fear that that man is living through because I never understood why these things were happening to me. And you guys have treated me as if I'm a scary person just because of the way I look and the things that I've gone through. And I've done nothing but try to help this community. You have discriminated against me. You have treated me like trash. You've mocked the death of an LA firefighter, and then you take our tax dollars and spend it on the mayor's minute. Do you honestly think anyone wants to see your ass for a minute? No one cares, you narcissist. And if you send people to my door, do me a favor. Please send him, because he's the only one in your police officers that I respect. He's the only one that's ever told me that he disagrees with me honestly. He's the only one that's ever approached me and spoke to me like a person, and then we can have disagreements, and I will never argue with you. If I do something wrong and you tell me, my hands are up, bro. I will never argue with you. But you intimidating people and doing this is wrong. And that's exactly what you've done on multiple occasions, and I hope you stop.
Thank you. Are there any other persons that would like to speak under public comments? All right. Seeing none. Do you want to make a note? Mr. Desai did come and speak at the last meeting with the intent to go over the 3-minute mark after he was warned that he only had 3 minutes. There was intent there that he wanted to go over. The microphone did shut off at 3 minutes, and he was treated just like everybody else. There was no intimidation. There was no wanting to send deputies to his home. That's part of the investigation. So I appreciate our law enforcement officials for keeping decorum in our chambers. I will go ahead and close public comments. Consent calendar.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, will you have any motions?
Yeah, actually, before we make a motion to approve the consent calendar, I need to recuse myself on item 7C because I live within the 500-foot radius of the subject property. So I'd like to make a motion for approving the consent calendar with the exception of 7C.
Mayor, can I propose? I request that item 7C be pulled for separate discussion because I feel the proposal deserve careful questioning. So I would like to consent the rest of the items except 7C.
Okay, that was that was Mayor Pro Tem's request. If you'd like to second that.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
All right.
I'd like to remove item 7C and item 7E, and I would like to move to approve the remainder of the consent calendar.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Yokoyama, is that B or D, did you say?
I'd like to remove item 7C as in cat and item 7E as in Edward from the consent calendar and approve the remainder of the consent calendar
I see.
and separately
Hold on.
and separately discuss 7C and 7E.
Okay, I hear your substitute motion, and then the second on the substitute motion.
Madam Mayor, also.
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for a second on the substitute.
second.
Second, and then what would you like to do?
I'd like to ask that item 7A be pulled from consent calendar and consider separate because I was absent from the July 27 council
Okay.
meeting. And
Okay.
also for the public record, my absence was communicated to the city manager and mayor by both email and verbal communication. I was visiting my sister who had previously suffered a stroke, who I had not seen for years. So I was very grateful to have that time with her. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Can you please guide me on that? We have a substitute motion on remove 7C and E. She'd like to add 7A. Is there like a second substitute motion?
She can make a second substitute motion, or it can be noted that she will abstain from 7A.
Okay, we will
That's an
go.
alternative.
Okay, we will go ahead and take the substitute motion from Councilmember Yokoyama to remove item 7C and E. We will have you abstain on 7A. Councilmember Se.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Can we go ahead and vote, please? This is to remove items 7C and 7E and to 7C and E
And approve the remainder.
and approve the remainder of the consent items.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay. And do we need a separate vote on 7A then?
No, that was noted as approved with the abstention of Councilmember Say.
Okay, got it.
On 7A only.
7A
7A,
only.
yeah.
All right, very good. All right, let's go ahead and hear 7C then, which we have
And Madam Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself now.
it's going to recuse, yes. All right, City Manager? Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 7C is a request for authorization to acquire a property at 16550 Bloomfield Avenue. It measures approximately 0.8 of an acre. And in exchange for the purchase of that property, a proposed agreement has been provided as attached to the agenda report that provides for reduced payment on an existing ground lease at a property at 12610 Park Plaza Drive. Happy to address any particular questions from the City Council. This is an economic development proposal to add to the city's existing real estate portfolio. There are two existing office buildings on the subject proposed property, measuring a total of about just under 16,000 square feet. So with that, I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the council?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, from the report, looking at the staff report stated that the city conducted a financial analysis to determine the feasibility of this transaction. Can council see that analysis, including the assumptions, projected rent, present value, and net financial benefits to the city? Because we all know that 16550 Bloomfield is currently vacant, and this is my major concern. And not only this is a 0.8 acre, approximately like about 15,700 square feet, and two office buildings, no warehouse. Okay, there's no warehouse, just two office buildings. They have total 64 parking space, including some underground parking. Currently vacant with no tenants or occupants for almost 1 year, because the owner has already moved to the 1261 Park Plaza ground lease. That runs until March 8, 2087. They already moved there for almost 1 year. So my question is, for that long, if this is a good value property, either they would have sold it with a higher profit by themselves, or they would have already found the tenant long time ago. So because we have the budget deficit, so at this time, I have not seen sufficient evidence that acquiring this property is a higher priority than addressing the city's current financial challenges. We should not just go ahead and proceed this exchange, because this is a lot to do. When you dig into this, there's a lot we have to study on this one, because it's only 5.7 million. And the lease that we are going to trade with them, they have the lease through 2087. So we're exchanging this one for 60 years, almost 60 years lease. Is this that good? Is a good deal for the city? We are really under the financial problem, and then we, as a councilman, we should be responsible for this all the investment, because even nowadays, if we don't make the proper decision, I'm sure 10 years or a couple years from now, it's going to come back and say, we're not doing our job. So I think this project is very important for our city. I don't want to create any more budget deficit for our city at this financial problem issues at current, because we cut back a lot of service. We have to look at what's the essential for the city. We cannot have another bad investment at this time. So I think this project need to be brought up, and we have to do a further study with all the what is good for the city, what is the benefits for the city. Are we making money on this one? Is this a good deal for us to do the exchange, or this is going to be our burden in the future? So for that, I would like to have city staff to tell us and go back and providing us more financial analysis that was conducted before we can make a further decision, motion or decision on this one. And I really, really would appreciate my colleague will support me on this issue, because we cannot take this so easily. Okay, it looks like, okay, a simple deal. Why not? 5.7. We don't have to take it out of our pocket right now. But actually, if you look into this, we are not making a good deal out of this. In long-term wise, we have to really take a deep research and look into this deal before we make another bad emotion or make bad decision. And a couple years from now, we're gonna say, hey, residents are gonna say, why are we losing money? Why are everything the city did, we're losing money? We don't want to have a building that we're gonna lose money, and we don't have the tenant, and the city have no use of this facility. And that would be immediate impact to our financial situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. Do we have any other questions from the council?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you.
So, thank you for this report. Robert, Kristen, Sabrina, and Kiana. Was the city council ever provided with the Cosmont Company's financial analysis report of these properties, specifically the subject property?
Yes, I earlier provided the city council with a copy of the Cosmont Company's analysis.
How come it's not attached to the agenda report for transparency to the public?
The details that were included were sensitive in nature. It was provided to the city council on a confidential basis. The summary however, is provided in the agenda report, the summary of the findings and the financial analysis.
Yeah, well, under the financial analysis, you're saying that Cosmont Companies did a financial analysis, and they're saying that the fair market value of the subject property to be approximately 5.5 million to 5.9 million. And it's just very, it's just a very vague statement that we just are not providing information transparently and easily to the public to substantiate and verify that alleged market value. I'd rather see agenda reports that provide more information to the public, to our residents, than expressly refer to an analysis but not provide a copy of the document. You know, we're in a situation where we're budget constrained. We've seen a trend where our cities' operating expenses are growing faster than our operating revenues. And what this proposed transaction will do is will reduce our liquidity, where we would be getting operating revenues in terms of cash rent payments, and we would instead not be getting those cash rent payments. Is that correct? We are not going to be getting cash rent payments, correct? Yes or no?
From the town center property, no. However, we would be getting rental revenue from the new property, and we have identified.
That's speculated.
We have identified.
That's not in this agenda report. Is that in this agenda report?
No, it just was.
Okay.
We learned it.
Well,
earlier
then we need to have an agenda report that includes speculative statements like that. You can't just talk about revenue, rent payments that we're going to be getting at a city council meeting based upon a question from the council when it's not in the agenda report. Those are my questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. When I first reviewed this one, I said too good, it's like a deal with it. But I looked really carefully, look into it. First, you have to understand what's asset. They're under the government. It's under school education, so it's government money, a government budget. So most people say, why they want to give you for free, no payment. So I look at the market finance analysis, which is Cosmo had stated before for council before. Unfortunately, not attached here. That's one thing I agree with our council member, Mr. Yokoyama. But again, this also says on the market and financial analysis here, stated very clearly tell us a rent credit under ASIP existing ground lease for the Park Plaza. I looked at both areas. I was kind of concerned right away, and I did ask our manager because the property, one is located right in front of our area, our city office here, right across the street. That's a good area. Versus compared to 166, the Bloomfield one, that area property, just like I always, my house versus the area on other side of Whitney High School, they were like $20,000 different, the value. So, but I do see the report has showed that subject property is approximately 5.5 to 5.9. This according to what they gave us report. And we accepted before. Unfortunately, it's not here. But again, they do have potential benefit to city. Staff have provided to us in here, which is on page 4. And again, we're talking about physical impact. It says right clear on page 5, no cash payment by the city is required for the subject property. Instead, the purchase price would be satisfied through a rent credit under the Park Plaza. It's kind of a win-win situation. I understand we are constrained right now, but we don't pay anything. We'll keep it there, and people are paying the rent. That give us a room to grow. It's really hard for me. I agree with the councilman, Yokoyama, maybe we provide the Cosmo financial cash flow analysis provide to us back again. We can put it back again to discuss furthermore. I think that would be really appropriate for the people to review, for the resident to know that. Because I'm pretty much really support this one. I think it's a great deal. It's a win-win situation. We're not losing anything, but however, to the public, transparent, I think we do need to look into it. Just provide it to the public. It will be fair. That's mine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert, can you explain again why the report was not attached?
It was previously provided, shared on a confidential basis due to the sensitive nature of the detail, but the summary has been included in the narrative of the agenda report, the conclusions.
All right. So knowing that the report is, portions of the report are confidential, are you okay with that then? It's saying it's
I need
confidential.
to ask the district attorney, is it appropriate to,
The city attorney, thank you.
city attorney, sorry.
The real property negotiations are subject to closed session discussions. There's very obvious reasons why real property negotiations are not provided out in the open. It disadvantages the city with its bargaining power to the advantage of private party buyers or sellers. With respect to the Cosmont analysis that was provided earlier in the year, that was the reason it was not included as part of this agenda report. It's because it's due to real property negotiations, and it was written specifically for that purpose. If this property transaction does go through, then that can be disclosed upon the city council's authorization to disclose that memo. But until that happens, it has to remain confidential because of the fact that it does provide certain advantages to those that would bargain against the city.
Okay.
I have another question, Mayor. One more. I know as a former mayor, Ms. Hughes just mentioned about unless you find their tenants, that would be really win-win. Another win-win situation. Do we have any potential?
Yes, we have had preliminary discussions with a prospective tenant. I am not prepared this time to disclose the details, but at the appropriate time, I will come back with a lease agreement for consideration by the city council for the new property.
That's beautiful because our former mayor is a real estate owner, and myself owns a couple property. I think that'll be great. If you have potential there, hey, we got our money right there. So, and without paying $5 million. So I think this is a good deal.
Okay.
And unless my council member would like to display the Cosmos report.
So, Councilmember Hong, Councilmember Yokoyama, you're understood that portions of the report are confidential until after, should it be approved, you could disclose that under, just want to make sure it's understood.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I do aware of that, and thank you for reminding us of that. But can I ask the city manager? I think I finally get a number. How much rent we got quarterly from ASIP for the current location that they were renting for?
The property on Park Plaza Drive, currently there's a quarterly rent payment to the city of about $40,000 a year, per quarter, excuse me.
Right. Under the terms of the ground lease, it provides for a certain amount of lease payments. Right now, it's about $175,000 per year.
Mhm.
That increases every 10 years. And it's based on treasury yields and other factors. But it, over time, would net a present value of approximately $5.7 to $5.9 million.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. So what we're getting in rent payments, cash money each year from the tenant, ASKIP is $175,000 plus per year, and that increases. So in the 2030s, we're going to be getting $228,000 per year. The 2040s, we're going to get $297,000 plus per year. Then it goes up to $386,000 per year. Then it goes up to $501,000 per year. In the 2070s, the city of Cerritos is going to get $652,000 per year. And then finally, in the 2080s, we're going to be getting $848,000 per year. That's, I know we're going out, 60 years, but that's cash rent payments every year that we're getting. And right now, the city needs liquidity. And what this deal is doing is we're not going to get that cash. We're locking it up. we're locking it up into a property that there's questions about. And also, this Cosmont report is not available to the public, and they don't see that, you know, in 2080, we're supposed to get $848,350 in rent from this rental agreement that was negotiated between the parties. And now this rental agreement, we want to turn it into a property that it's speculative as what's going to happen with that property. But one thing that is not going to happen is we're not going to get rent payments from ASCIP today. And right now we're budget constrained today. We have a balanced budget, but we have a deficit in terms of the capital improvement program and projects that's in that budget. That's why we're going to use up potentially some of our general reserves. Some of our general reserves is potentially going to be used up by special elections. Right now, we just have to be fiscally responsible, fiscally conservative, and not reduce our cash flow.
Mayor, can I also add on something?
Yes, yes.
Because this is what I'm looking at. So the city right now is acquiring a vacant office property, and apparently hopes we haven't had the contract. Okay, of course you can always look for the tenant. Okay, but what I'm trying to emphasize, remember this building has been empty for almost 1 year. Okay, because this is 2 office building without any warehouse in the industrial area. Okay, so why are we acquiring a vacant office property and apparently hopes it can generate future lease revenue or supporting future city operation? The report does not appear to identify a tenant, proposed lease, or guaranteed revenue stream. This is really, to me, it's not a good deal at this moment, because this is strictly, because I remember we always say town center, the land lease, we're making good money. So why are we want to give up this for a good, good position that we have? Why are we, I remember, you can look at the records. If we acquire a bad deal, in the future, we're going to sell it with a lower price, and then we're losing more money. So we have to stop the bleeding. We have to be very, very aware and very, very careful from now on, for whatever movement or investment the city is doing. We have to go to the right direction for our city, for our residents. We cannot take any more hit, because we really have to watch our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hong. Anybody else for questions? All right, at this time, I'll go ahead and open it up for, no, we already had public comments on this. I'm sorry.
I do have a question. Is anybody from Cosmont here?
No.
Okay.
All right, any final comments? If not, we'll go ahead and vote.
The motion first.
Yeah, do you have a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to for the 7C 16550 Bloomfield Avenue versus ASIP to accept the staff recommendation.
Okay, second.
What was the motion?
She's to approve the approve staff recommendation on 7C.
Yeah. I thought we did, do we?
Do we have comment?
Yes, there was a request to move the item or pull the item from consent. However, during public comments, there were members of the public that spoke on this already, as the mayor had indicated. But it is within the city council's purview if you would like to open up public comments again for this property or this agenda item.
Okay. Yeah, public comments, any item on consent are to be done during public comments, item number 6. But if there's anybody here that would like to, that missed out on number 6, can go ahead and speak now. Seeing none. Can she speak again? Hold on just a second, Grace.
The speaker had already spoken and used her 3 minutes for this item.
Yes. I'm sorry, Grace,
But-
you already have spoken under public comments, item number 6. So you've already spoken on this item. I was asking if there's any new persons that would like to speak. Mr. Powellman, did you want to speak? Because she has spoken already under public. I'm sorry, you'll have to come to the microphone. Thank you.
There have been many times before, maybe not during the time when you've been mayor, when something has been requested to be pulled from consent, and there has been, and when it's been pulled from consent, once it's pulled from consent, there's been opportunity for public comment. There was another item that was asked for to be pulled from from consent tonight. Once we get to it, are we going to allow consent or not? Allow public comment or not? Because there wasn't public comment on that item before. So you have the right, Mayor, you have
Yes.
the right to allow her to speak. I don't think the point that she indicated that initially in her comments that she wanted to speak about this item. I think it would be prudent for us to allow someone who's an expert in this area to give their opinion.
Now, would you like to speak too? No? Okay. If there are any persons that want to speak, Grace, if you want to speak again, please go ahead. Did you want to speak? Thank you.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak again. So this is very important to us. Okay, do you know the one on Broomfield and 166th Street? Only 16,000 square feet. 16,000 square feet building. And then the one on to exchange, the one on 126-110 Park Plaza Drive. Do you know how much the building size? 50,000. That's more than 3 times bigger than Broomfield. So how can we change, give them a big building, better location, and a younger building and better construction to exchange a small 16,000 square feet, the most ugly building in that area. If I hope you go to see those compare those 2 buildings. I think you go take a look. It's a really, really bad deal. And then for 1 year, they cannot sell. They cannot get a tenant. And I'm pretty sure if the city buy this one, will lose at least half of the investment. Honestly, that building only worth $3 million or less, not $6 million. Please consider. Yeah, unless you have somebody signed 5 years lease with a $500,000 a year with 15 years. That means a 5-year lease with a 2 5-year lease option, and then you may consider. Otherwise, please don't. This is the building construction is terrible. I don't know. I really hope you go to take a look, compare this to the location. Look, the one on Park Plaza, beautiful, better location and surrounding, buildings too. This really very, very bad, investment. So please consider it. That's our taxpayers' money, and also the current situation of the city is not the time to purchase this piece of property with our 10.4 million deficit on the budget. So thank you very much. Allow me to speak again, and thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Seeing none, any remote speakers?
There are no remote speakers at this time.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to, I'll close the public comments, bring it back to council.
I would like to ask the staff, it's like now exchange $1 to $1, because you ground lease the place and they modified the building too. I mean, the new one they are renting now. Is now we renting, we pay $1, then they pay $1 because the same switch. Am I right or wrong? The way I hear it, how our former mayor has described that as like a poor arrangement.
Yeah, it's, to be clear, this is not a property exchange. We are not exchanging one property for another. That may be a misunderstanding. What this is proposal is to acquire a new property, and in lieu of paying cash outright, we are basically providing a credit on ground lease payments. The city of Cerritos would continue to own the Cerritos Town Center property. That would not be given up. What we're discussing is a credit of ground lease payments to the city, which would basically be a deferral of that revenue. But at the end of the day, the city would continue to own the dirt that the buildings sit on. At the end of the ground lease period, the city would acquire all of the assets on the property, including the buildings. So that does not change.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. Can we go ahead and vote, please?
Sorry, can you repeat the motion one more time?
Yes, it is staff recommendation.
Oh, thank you.
The motion does not pass on a vote of 2-2 with one recusal.
Okay.
Can we make another motion since Council Member Yokoyama did mention about the Cosmo analysis, and also they would like to have them to come here and present. Would that be possible? Then can we reconsider it?
That would have to be another motion to reconsider because the decision has already been made to not approve the agreement for the purchase and sale or for the Fourth Amendment to the lease, the ground lease.
So when it happens, does somebody have to vote for no to make a motion on that matter?
That would be correct. You would have to reconsider this motion and then open it up again.
Okay. So any person can make the motion to reconsider, being that it was.
I don't know about that over there.
If I may, I did provide to the city council the information.
So, City Clerk, did you announce that? I missed it. Sorry if I missed it, City Clerk. You announced that the motion failed, right? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And to answer your question, Mayor, the parties, the people that voted in the negative not to approve this would have to reconsider this.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Any consideration for reconsideration? Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and call Mayor Pro Tem back to join us. At this time, we'll take a 5-minute recess break. Thank you.
All right, we're back, and next we have item 7E, City Manager.
Oh, and Mayor, if
I am so sorry. Go ahead, City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Approximately 6 minutes remain of the 45-minute public comment time allotment for item 6, public comments. Now would be the appropriate time to reopen to inquire if any parties who have not yet spoken on item 6 wish to speak under that item at this time.
Okay, I'll go ahead and reopen for public comments. Item number 6, this is for public comments. Any call in?
None at this time, Mayor. Thank
None?
you.
All right. Thank you. None at this time. Item 7E, the City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 7E is a request to adopt a resolution. This is a requirement of an application for state funding that city staff is applying for that would provide funding for the city's C4 well to redesign the existing well arrangement and also for treatment on the property. As I mentioned, one of the application requirements is an adopted resolution of the City Council authorizing staff to make the application. So our recommendation is to wait for the reading of the resolution and adopt.
All righty. Do we have any questions from the council on item 7E? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So thank you for this report. So this, I was very happy to get this update through this agenda report. I know that City Hall and Public Works and the City Manager's Office has been working diligently to research available funding for our aging, deteriorating, and failing water and sewer infrastructure. You know, unfortunately, our water and sewer infrastructure is aging, failing, and deteriorating because it's 50 to 60 years old. Unfortunately, that has exhibited itself in the catastrophe, the catastrophic failure and closure of our C4 well. And it's been closed for months now, since 2025. And we've been having to import water at 3 times the cost all that time. And our water and sewer rates are not covering that, and we're continuing to hemorrhage money out of our general fund. And that's why we've already hemorrhaged over $33 million out of our general fund to subsidize water and sewer rates at artificially low and unsustainable rates. And even with the incremental adjustments that will be coming over 5 years, we're going to be subsidizing water and sewer use, private use by residents and businesses in the ballpark of $45 to $50 million out of our general fund. So thank you, City Hall staff, for this agenda report showing that you are seeking funds from a financial assistance application with the State Water Resources Control Board Emerging Contaminants Funding Program, specifically for the C4 well. And you're saying that this application is for seeking up to approximately $11.5 million to support the construction of a new well and water treatment system to replace the C4 well. Is that right, Chris?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Was this grant application anticipated and included in the 26-27 budget?
No, it is not.
So even though we have a balanced budget, we have a deficit because of the capital improvement projects and the capital improvement program, correct?
That's correct.
So, for example, this application is more than the deficit. Potentially, this grant application seeking $11.5 million, that amount is more than the deficit in our 26-27 budget, correct?
That is correct.
So like I said, good news. I'm so happy that City Hall, City Manager's Office, Public Works, working together with the City Council to do homework, to do research, to find ways to fund our infrastructure needs so that we don't have a capital improvement program deficit, a capital improvement project that are being funded by our general fund. So the application filing deadline is September 9, 2026. It says under the fiscal impact that regarding our C4 well, which is offline, we're spending more money. The city is spending more money on water as a result because we're paying 3 times the cost for imported water compared to the water that we would be getting from the C4 well. Is that right, Chris? It's 3 times?
Yes, sir. It is
Okay.
3 times.
So we're hoping to get this grant so that construction of the new C4 well can begin in April 2027 and be completed by December 2028. And in the meantime, we're going to be paying for imported water up through the end of December 2028. Is that right?
Not completely.
Okay.
We'll be running C4 until the last possible moment. It will have to go offline during parts of the construction of the new site, but ultimately the goal is to run it until the very last moment, at which time it will go offline, and we will be purchasing imported water until
Okay.
it's back online.
So that plan of Public Works is going to reduce the amount of imported water we have to buy at 3 times the cost.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. So do we have an idea from our homework, from our research of what the prediction is for the city of Cerritos to be awarded a grant of $11.5 million to support the construction of a new well and water treatment system?
No, we don't have any idea. Once we apply for it, there's several other additional steps we have to go through with the state, at which time they'll assign a project manager. We'll work with them through environmental, reviewing all the documentation, and then we'll be determined if we're awarded any money at all.
I will add that the city does have a lobbyist in Sacramento who interfaces not only with legislators but also state agencies, and we will be seeking their assistance to ensure that our application is given due consideration.
Are we talking about Gonsalves and Son?
Yes.
Thank you. We need them to help us get this $11.5 million. It's a priority.
Understood.
It's $11.5 million. And so is it accurate that our C4 well is offline right now?
No, sir. The C4 well was brought back online in early June.
Okay, but
It's been operational
it's at a reduced.
Yes.
It's a reduced production of well water, and that's why we are required to import water until we complete the construction of the new replacement C4 well.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that we are getting a mix of a reduced production of water from the C4 well combined with imported water at 3 times the cost to make up for the reduced production.
Correct.
Okay. And I think there was a previous agenda item, or there was a previous information provided to the council that it has been conclusively determined that we have to build a replacement C4 well. We are unable to repair C4, the existing C4 well back to the necessary production of well water that we would need going into the future to provide clean, safe, and reliable water to our residents.
That's correct. There was at a previous council meeting, the city council awarded a change in scope to our design to include design of a new well as part of the treatment project.
And that's exactly what this Agenda Report 7E is now addressing, because this city council changed the scope of the C4 well project at the last meeting to be a replacement project and not a repair project. This is helping us cover $11.5 million of the cost of a replacement brand new C4 well.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's what this city council has been doing, for over a year now, is our goal of dealing with our 50 to 60-year-old aging, deteriorating, and failing water and sewer infrastructure, so that we can continue now, today, and in the future to provide our residents of Cerritos clean, safe, and reliable water. Because that is not sustainable unless the city council makes these tough decisions of spending these millions of dollars, for example, like for the C4 water well, where we need an $11.5 million grant to help us build a new C4 well. So the C4 well project will provide clean, safe, and reliable water to our residents in the future, Chris?
Yes.
And what will be the life expectancy of this new C4 well?
Anywhere from 30 to 45 years, most likely, as long as we operate it and maintain it as we should, and we do.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, those are my questions and comments, Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you also, Councilmember Yokoyama, for your comments. I echo much of your sentiments about being pleased to see that staff is doing their due diligence to pursue grant opportunities to help us address our water crisis here in Cerritos, particularly with our C4 well site. Thank you to staff for putting this before us. I have a few questions. First, to this financial assistance application specifies that this is through the State Water Resources Control Board with regard to emerging contaminants funding program. Can you elaborate what that means and how are we eligible? And will this project specifically address emerging contaminants in our C4 well?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember. Yes, so emerging contaminants that this will address is PFAS, which is specifically what this grant and this funding will address, and anything related to it. So it addresses the treatment that we'll be putting in, well design, and construction.
And can you elaborate what the situation is specifically with regard to these contaminants within our system? Because obviously if this specific financial assistance application is to address that, I would like to fully understand how the city of Cerritos' C4 well meets the criteria so that we could hope to receive the $11.5 million.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So PFAS is a forever chemical that's been found in our water testing at the C4 well. This funding will provide offsetting funding for the development or the construction and design of the treatment that will remove PFAS from the water. If we don't remove PFAS and treat this water before December 31st, 2029, the C4 well will have to be turned off and taken offline, and we will be having to import the more expensive groundwater or the more expensive met water.
Okay, and I do recall that over the past year that this situation was brought up. I think that in all of the discussion about the Prop 218 process, that the specific issue of PFAS contaminants has been overlooked, because I don't really hear that as a concern that the public has been voicing. But I think it's important that I ask the questions about this because when we talk about providing clean and safe water, and the fact that this state program is made available specifically to address this issue to the tune of millions of dollars, right? As opposed to just having our users pay, right, through increased fees. The fact that this is made available to address concerns like this highlights the fact that we should be focused on this. So the question now that I have is there any evidence that any of the other of our wells are facing this type of contaminant?
Yeah, it's a great question. At this time, none of the other wells that are operating have tested for PFAS. It's only C4, which is why we're moving forward on C4 to install this treatment system. And as I said, if we don't, that well will be shut off. It is our largest producing well in the city, which then will be purchasing the more expensive ground or imported water.
And how and when did we identify that we have PFAS contaminants in our C4 well?
I believe that was tested before I arrived in the city. I don't know that specifically.
Was that, well, maybe someone could address that, maybe city manager, but was that part of a routine testing that then we discovered it and we began to take steps to address it? Or did we not take steps to address it? Because it seems to be that that preceded my time before I returned to the council.
So testing for PFAS began when it became required pursuant to state and federal regulations, which those regulations have been in place now, I believe, for 2 to 3, maybe 4 years. And so testing happens on a regular basis. It has not been consistently detected. It was detected, I believe, once, maybe twice during a longer period of time. But because it was detected at very low levels, but still it was detected, we do need to take measures to address it. We have not reached levels of PFAS that maybe other agencies that have experienced that would require immediate shutoff. They're below a certain level, but because it has been detected, now it has to be addressed and within a given time frame.
Okay, so you're saying due to state law 4 years ago, so that's, I'm guessing, 2022, the city began testing all of our wells? Or,
Correct.
okay.
We regularly test all of our wells and portions of our distribution system for several constituents, not just PFAS. There's several items, and this is all reported in our annual consumer confidence report. And typically when constituents are within acceptable levels, we provide the information, but there's no need for any change or action. But because of the change in regulations for PFAS, we now have to take action.
Okay, and how regularly do we have to, per the new state law, test?
I don't know the exact number, but I do know we test multiple times a week, various locations throughout the city.
Okay, that's
It's around
good to know.
50 plus a week, I want to say.
Okay, that's good. And so with great confidence, would you say that the only existing contaminants are in the C4 well and not the others?
As it regards to PFAS, yes. Okay. The other wells have tested for manganese and arsenic, but those are not covered under this grant program.
Good to know. Good to know. Because I was going to ask if there are other contaminants in the other wells, might we be eligible to apply for this type of grant funding for upgrades to those wells on a being proactive. So thank you. This is very enlightening. I appreciate this. Now I have questions about the history of the city's efforts to seek state or federal grants to make upgrades to our aging, deteriorating water and sewer system, particularly since 2014, when that's the last time that the council addressed the Prop 218 process. I'm curious if we sought other means so it wasn't just focusing on increasing user rates.
I'm not aware of any grants that were received from 2014 onward prior to the last couple years. I know that the city has applied for grants for other items in the past. There have been some grants received, smaller grants for various topics not related to water, but for other items, public safety for one. During COVID, there was some federal monies provided for different purposes. We used some of the money for related projects at the theater, for example. But I've worked with our team over the past 3 years to make a concerted effort to apply for any grants possible through state and federal agencies. And as I've provided information to the City Council over the last few months, we've submitted several applications, both at the federal and state level. We are waiting determinations on those, but we're making a big effort to seek that outside funding to help supplement our funds.
Fantastic. I appreciate that. I appreciate this effort. I also appreciate that you have enlisted our lobbyist in Sacramento to be on this. And I just looked up on the phone who sits on the State Water Resources Control Board. I hope that our lobbyists are doing their job so that we could hope to receive this important grant funding. And I'm curious if we're familiar with the timeline of these types of grants. If we are successful, when might we receive, if we are we receive this grant?
Preliminarily, we understand that we'll hear back within about 6 months.
Okay, that's good to know. And to Councilmember Yokoyama's question about was this included in the budget, and you said no. If we receive the grant, then it seems that it might be appropriate to do a mid-year revision on our budget.
That's correct. If the funds are received, we would do an adjustment to our budget on the revenue side, and that we would offset any existing budgeted funds for the C4 project.
All right. I appreciate it. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other council members?
Yes, yes,
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor. Do we have an update on the federal funding that Congressmember Derek Tran got us for the C4 water well? He submitted under the under his community funding awards. He submitted for the city of Cerritos to get federal funding specifically for our C4 water well. I understand that Congress approved it through an appropriations bill decision earlier this year. Do we have an update on getting that federal funding from Congressmember Derek Tran for our C4 water well?
Thank you. Yes, as was mentioned, Congressmember Tran did put forth funding in an appropriations bill for the C4 project. I understand it was approved by the House. I had not heard that it had received full congressional approval. But if and when that full congressional approval happens, then we would then work with the appropriate federal agency to actually obtain the money. We had previously received previous congressional appropriations for funding for the Del Amo Bridge project, and we have identified the specific agencies separate agencies for receipt of those funds. We're in the process now of retrieving those. Have some bureaucratic hoops to jump through to receive those monies. We anticipate similarly the federal agency that oversees the funding for the water project would have requirements that we will have to submit documentation before we can actually obtain the funds.
So you mentioned the Del Amo Bridge Replacement Project. Congressmember Derek Tran got us $5 million in federal funding for the Del Amo Bridge Replacement Project. Have we received that $5 million? That was that $5 million in federal funding that was allocated to the city of Cerritos by Congressmember Derek Tran. Have we received that?
We do not have the cash in hand, but we are going through the required processes to obtain the funds. Documentation, we have cooperation required from SCAG to have our project listed on a regional plan. That has just been completed, and so now we're proceeding with the next steps. But we do not yet have the cash in hand.
Was the $5 million that Derek Tran got us for the Del Amo Bridge Replacement Project in the 25-26 budget or the 26-27 budget?
No, and the reason why is the dollars were allocated for construction purposes, and we do not yet have the construction ready to go. We are in the final stages of the design phase of the project still. So we do have project design in our CIP budget, and that is being funded through funds from Metro. But the construction is not yet budgeted, but when it's received, it'll be held in an account for that purpose.
Okay, and then the award of federal funding, the community funding that Congressmember Derek Tran submitted for the city of Cerritos for our C4 water well, that was not in our 26-27 budget either, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So, Chris, so the C4 water well has tested positive for PFAS.
Yes,
right?
that's correct. Yes.
It is tested positive for PFAS, and the C4 water well is online, providing water to the residents of Cerritos, right?
Yes. Yes.
And again, it's tested positive for PFAS.
It has tested positive a while ago, but not recently.
Okay. Can you please explain to me and the city council, what is PFAS and why is it called a forever chemical, and why did you refer to it as a forever chemical when you were answering Mayor Pro Tem Mark Polito's questions? What is PFAS and why is it called a forever chemical?
PFAS, and I don't have the unscientific name off the top of my head, but it's considered a forever chemical because it doesn't break down. Once you ingest it through whatever it is, it's in your body forever. They have not found anything that can break it down yet, and it stays with you. I don't know if tests have determined if it's hazardous or not, but that's ultimately what it is. Considered for forever chemical because it never breaks down. Nothing can break it down.
So you said when you ingest it, meaning when you drink it, it's in your body forever.
Drink it or eat it. Whatever you eat, if it has it in there, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
All right. I'll go ahead and open up for public comments. Do we have any public comments on 7E? Cindy, do we have anybody that's called in?
None at this time.
All right. I'll go ahead and close public comments, and I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion passes on a vote of 5-0.
Okay, next we are on item 8A, Longhorn Steakhouse. This is a public hearing. City Manager, do we have a report on this?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. The 3 public hearings tonight come to you at the recommendation of the Cerritos Planning Commission. We're pleased to present a project that will add a new building to Los Cerritos Center on the property owned by Macy's. It's a proposed Longhorn Steakhouse restaurant. An overview of this item will be given by current Planning Manager Amanda Acuna, And following her presentation, she and members of the team will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, and good evening, Honorable Mayor Johnson and members of the City Council. Agenda item 8A is a request by UGM Development LLC on behalf of Longhorn Steakhouse Restaurant for approval of tentative parcel map number 84520 and precise plan 2026-7. This evening, I will provide an overview of the proposed project, summarize staff's analysis, and conclude with the Planning Commission's recommendation to the City Council for tonight. Following the presentation, community development staff and applicant representatives will be available to answer any questions that the council may have. At this time, I'd like to direct your attention to the presentation on the screen. The proposed project site is located in the southern portion of the Los Cerritos Center, located at 500 Los Cerritos Mall, and is currently developed with the Macy's department store and associated parking areas. The property is zoned regional commercial, and the Los Cerritos Center is generally bounded by 183rd Street, Interstate 605, South Street, and Gridley Road. The photos before you show the existing conditions of the proposed project area. On the left is a view looking northeast across the Macy's parking lot where the proposed restaurant would be located. On the right is a view looking west across the project area. The site is currently utilized as a parking area with parking stalls, landscape planters, lighting, and internal drive aisles. The proposed project includes two discretionary requests. The first, a tentative parcel map, which would subdivide the existing Macy's property to create separate parcels for the existing Macy's department store and the proposed Longhorn Steakhouse restaurant. The second entitlement is for Precise Plan 2026-7, which would allow the construction of a proposed standalone restaurant and associated site improvements, including landscaping, parking lot modification, and as well include facade improvements to the existing Macy's building. This slide shows the proposed site plan for the proposed Longhorn Steakhouse site. The site includes a new 5,780 square foot standalone restaurant. This slide shows the proposed south or the front elevation at the top of the screen and the east elevation at the bottom. As mentioned, the south elevation contains the primary restaurant entrance and includes a prominent entry feature. The building incorporates a combination of architectural materials, including stone veneer, hardy plank lap siding, textured stucco, wood accents, and metal canopies. The east elevation, located at the bottom of the screen, continues the same architectural treatment and material palette. The architectural treatments continued along all sides of the building through varied roof lines, facade articulation, and the use of consistent materials, resulting in a four-sided architectural design. For the council's review, a physical material board has been provided at the dais for your review. The palette primarily consists of warm, neutral tones as shown in the slide and continues the stone veneer, siding, stucco, and other enhanced materials as shown on the proposed project's elevations. The rendering here illustrates the proposed facade improvements to the existing Macy's building. As mentioned, the proposed improvements will also consist of repainting and repairing portions of the existing facade as needed, as well as adding landscape and trees within the parking lot areas and building frontage. As conditions, these improvements will be completed in conjunction with the Longhorn Steakhouse development project. Staff evaluated the project under the California Environmental Quality Act and determined that it is categorically exempt pursuant to Section 15303, or Class 3, which applies to construction of new small commercial buildings in urbanized areas. As mentioned, the project is a 5,780 square foot restaurant, which meets this criteria under this exemption. And to further support the analysis, the city retained Kimley Horn to prepare a traffic impact analysis and BMT assessment, which concluded the project would result in less than significant transportation impacts. The Planning Commission considered the project on August 5th, 2026, and recommended that the City Council approve the tentative parcel map and the precise plan for the proposed project. For this evening's public hearing, notices were posted and mailed in accordance with the Cerritos Municipal Code, and agenda materials were made available on the city's website. At this time, it is recommended that the City Council review and discuss the proposed project, conduct a public hearing, and consider the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval by adopting resolutions for each entitlement. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions the council may have. The project applicant and city consultants are also in attendance tonight and are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Do we have any questions from the council?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Question to the manager. The property on that area belongs to the Macy, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct. The subject property is owned by Macy's, but the remaining balance of the mall, most of it is owned by Macerich.
Macerich. So what I'm trying to ask you is, because if you're building the other side, it's going to be affect the parking structure, the parking. Do we have enough space? I know sometimes they're not busy when I drive around shopping. And then when I look other days, sometimes real busy. So if you take the property and build a property on that side, is it going to be affect the people parking?
It may impact the spaces that are closest to the Macy's store. The proposed project does comply with the municipal code requirements for parking, so it meets the city's minimum. And even on busy days, you can find a spot. You just have to walk a little farther.
So you studied that, the parking issues, right?
Parking was studied, and it was deemed in compliance with our municipal code requirements.
I love Longhorn Steakhouse. That's just another thing open for my kids to spending money here. And when I come back home, I said no. So when I saw this one, I kind of shared with my kids. I don't know if it's get approved or not, but I saw it from the Planning Commission meeting. I said, wow, Longhorn's going to hear quickly. I said, possible. I quickly texted my children. They said, yes, another place to go. Want to thank you, though.
Excellent. Anybody else? Questions? Go ahead.
Yes, I have a small concern. Maybe it's not necessary, but I was thinking like when we're doing the planning, when city doing the planning, it's better to have less owners. Right now, we separate this. This is going to become separate owners, right? For each parcel, right? They're separate from Macy's. They're purchasing this lot.
Currently, Macy's did discuss, or the project applicant did discuss this at the Planning Commission meeting. Primarily, the separate parcel has been created for lease purposes. It doesn't preclude the ability for Macy's to sell off that parcel. Perhaps the applicant has more information. They can speak to that when they come to the podium during the public comments. But at this point, my understanding from what was mentioned at the Planning Commission meeting is that this for leasing purposes.
That's good. Thank you.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
I don't have a question. I just was wondering if you could put the slide to the proposed improvements to the Macy's facade. Yeah, right there. I just want to say thank you. You know, whoever thought to make this improvement to light it in this way it's really gorgeous, but you know, it's never, I don't recall it being lit like this in the past. And I think it's just such a nice element of the design, and for it to be lit like this is exciting to see. hopefully that will draw in more people from, to that end of the mall. I know that there's been improvements over the years to the other sides of the mall. So this is very nice to see. I'm curious about the lighting though. Is that going to be lit every evening, or is it just only on occasion? Because I remember with Forever 21, I would see that element lit up, and then sometimes I wouldn't see it lit up. And of course, right now it's not because it's empty. So I'm wondering what the plans are.
It's our understanding is that this is to be lit every evening, when the ambient lighting is lowered, as any parking lot light would be lit, the building would be lit as well. Separately on Forever 21, we are in discussions with Mace Rich on potential uses, planned uses within that building, but the intent will be for that lit wall on Forever 21 to be activated again. So that's unrelated to this project, but it's just a separate note.
Yeah, and I know that this photo is showing the south end of Macy's, but my memory is that the similar stained glass is on the western side. I can't recall if it's on the eastern side.
Yes,
I'm guessing it is.
That's correct. The three main facades, the west, south, and east, do have similar glass and canopies.
And then will they all three be fixed and lit
That's correct.
nightly? Great. Okay. Thank you for that. And let's see. I was curious if there was any consideration with the Longhorn Steakhouse to outdoor seating. Okay, I see them shaking their head, and that's fine. I'm just kind of curious what the thoughts were and the decision not to. I would imagine that it being so close to South Street, that maybe noise was a factor, but I'm just speculating. But I do know that like Lazy Dog has an outdoor seating element, as well as Cheesecake Factory. So I was curious about what went into the decision to not have an outdoor seating element.
We can defer to the applicant when they come up
Sure.
to speak to that.
That'd be wonderful. That's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Anybody else? If not, I'll go ahead and open up for public comments. Public comments on item 8A Longhorn Steakhouse. Yes, thank you. Just please state your name.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, members of staff. My name is Nina Ray with RSI Group, representing UGM Development LLC on behalf of Longhorn Steakhouse. First of all, I would like to thank staff for working with us to get the beautiful project you have in front of you today, including the beautiful Longhorn building, the Macy's facade upgrades. There are landscaping upgrades that would be done on the Macy's parcel. So we have gone through all our conditions of approval. We don't have any issues accepting conditions. To answer some of your questions, the parcel is getting subdivided. It's a ground lease. UGM, no Longhorn, is purchasing this site. It's just a ground lease. But it is, Macy's is a publicly traded company, so they're unable to get fundings. So United Growth, as the developers, are the ones that need the subdivision to be able to have it as a standalone parcel to be able to get the funding. It does not stop Macy's from selling this property if they do decide in future to sell it off. But there are CC&Rs for the entire shopping center, including Macerich, that is also applicable to this particular site. So we will still have to abide by the CC&Rs, and it runs with the land. And Longhorn Steakhouse is Darden Restaurants owns several concepts. and Longhorn Steakhouse is one of them. They do not do outdoor patios. You'll see it at Yard House, you'll see it at Olive Garden, Eddie V's, and other concepts they have. But for some reason, people don't like, this is the, what I'm being told, people don't like eating steak sitting outside. So that's the reason Longhorn Steakhouse do not have patios. We have located, there are not a whole lot of locations in Southern California, Northridge, Redlands, Temecula, Rancho Cucamonga, and Eastvale is going to open within a few weeks. So I'm hoping you guys can support us today and give an approval, so you can, Cerritos can have a Longhorn Steakhouse, the second location in Los Angeles County. So I'm here to answer any questions. I do have Matt Stewart from Kimley Horn. They were the traffic consultants, if you guys have any questions for him.
Any questions? Okay. Oh, you do? Go ahead.
Yeah. Could you repeat those locations? You said this would be the second one in LA County? Northridge.
Temecula, Rancho Cucamonga, Redlands, La Quinta, and we are getting final inspections in the next few weeks for Eastvale off of 15, the Goodman Shopping Center where the Costco and other properties are located.
Wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Go ahead.
What is it? I just wish back again the planning department. We should move really fast. What is the anticipating date? Will be buildings, groundbreaking, everything to get involved. What is how long it takes to get it done?
We have not started our construction documents. We had a call today with the hopes we get the approval. It takes 60 days for our building plans. With the ground lease, UGM is responsible for providing a graded pad with all the utilities within 5 feet, and we'll be just constructing that. So they have to go through plan checks. So the sooner you give me a building permit, the sooner I can start construction. So we're probably looking at December or February of 2028 before you will get the Longhorn. Wow. And that includes going through the permitting, getting the construction documents, going through construction, and then we have to get staff training that have to be trained for a few weeks before we can open to public.
Did you mean December of 2027 then?
December of 2027.
To February 2028.
Depending upon how things go. Wow. Normally when Thanksgiving comes around, and then there are blackout dates for Macerich. So we have to abide by some of those regulations. So that will all depend where we get the permits and we can start construction.
Wow. So that'll be a year and a half.
Well, it'll be time for the 2028 Olympics, hopefully.
We have 6-7 months of construction. Unfortunately, we deal with a lot of utility companies, Southern California Edison, Southern California Gas. You cannot get transformers until we get final sign-offs on electrical and have lead times. All of that are factored in when we look at our opening dates.
Do you have any more questions? Any other questions? Any other comments from council? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
By Sophia.
I'm sorry, Cindy?
Sorry, Mayor. I think we may have additional.
Oh, another comment? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
David Plowman. Again, I was at attendance at the Planning Commission. One of the questions from one of the planning commissioners was, considering this is a cow-oriented facility, would there be a possibility that they would use the Art and Public Places monies to put some type of cow feature here? And there was resistance to this, and so I was disappointed with that resistance. But I too was impressed by the presentation, the plans. I personally would have preferred that the opening, the entrance to this facility be on the north side, therefore people flowing from the mall into the restaurant, but they have chosen to use the entrance on the south side, which would be adjacent to South Street. And so, of course, that helps the parking situation as well. There would be more parking for the restaurant people closer to South Street rather than closer to Macy's, which answers one of your earlier questions. But again, this comes back to art in the public places possibility, and I was upset with the resistance to that. Thank you.
Do we have any other public speakers on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comments, bring it back to the council. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Pulido. Was there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's Councilmember Hong, second.
Did you have the second comment from the council? No.
Oh, the vote.
Oh, the vote? No. Yeah.
Touch your screen, and I'll remove it. There you go.
The motion passes 5 to 0.
Very good, thank you, congratulations. All right, item 8B. City Manager, do we have a report on this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Item 8B is a proposal for a new wireless telecommunication facility designed to resemble a monopine or a pine tree in the industrial area of the city. Overview of this item will be given by current Planning Manager Amanda Acuna.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, and a good evening again, City Council. Agenda item number 8B is a request by Yukon Group for approval of wireless telecommunications permit 2026-1 to construct a new non-building mounted wireless telecommunication facility designed as a monopine with associated equipment enclosure located beneath the facility on a developed industrial property. For further details regarding the project, I would like to direct your attention to the screen for a brief presentation. The subject property is located at 16708 Parkside Avenue, which is generally located south of 166th Street and west of Norwalk Boulevard. The map on the left on your screen shows a portion of the city zoning map identifying the zoning designation of the property as industrial, as well as showing the properties that border the site to the north, east, and south, also zoned industrial, and to the west by Parkside Avenue, an existing 64-foot wide street. The nearest residential properties are located more than 380 feet to the north from the proposed wireless facility. On the right is an enlarged aerial view of the subject site that shows additional details and the proposed wireless facility location. The subject property was originally developed in 1969 with one industrial building and associated parking lot. This slide shows the proposed site plan for the wireless facility. As shown, the facility would be located within the existing parking lot of the industrial property. The project includes a new monopine wireless telecommunication facility with associated equipment enclosure located at the base of the monopine. Before you is a photo simulation of the new proposed monopine facility, which shows the proposed antennas and associated equipment mounted near the top of the facility with faux branches designed to conceal the antennas from view and equipment enclosure located at the base of the facility. The equipment enclosure would contain the supporting telecommunications equipment and backup generator and would be surrounded by a decorative wall to screen the equipment from view and provide protection of the equipment. The photo simulations also provided illustrate the proposed monopine from different viewpoints and show that the monopine design would help integrate the facility into the surrounding built environment. On the screen are two coverage maps. On the left is the map showing the wireless coverage without the proposed facility. The purple areas on the map identify gaps in wireless coverage. On the right, the map shows wireless coverage with the proposed wireless facility. The green areas show the increased coverage that would be provided by the facility. As shown, the proposed wireless facility identified by the red circle would provide additional coverage in the area. Pursuant to Section 15303 of the California Environmental Quality Act, this project is categorically exempt from CEQA. The Planning Commission on August 5th of 2026 considered the project and recommended that the City Council approve wireless telecommunication permit 2026-1. For this evening's public hearing, notices were posted and mailed in accordance with the Cerritos Municipal Code, and the agenda materials were made available on the city's website. At this time, the City Council is requested to review and discuss the proposed project and conduct a public hearing and consider the Planning Commission's recommendation. The Planning Commission recommended that the City Council adopt a resolution approving wireless telecommunication permit 2026-1 for the new Monopine wireless facility. At this time, this concludes staff's presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions that the City Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda, for the report. Do we have any questions from the council? None? All right, I'm going to open it up for public comments for this public hearing. This is a public hearing on item 8B. Yes, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jerry Ambrose. I'm the applicant for this project. I don't have anything to add to staff's presentation. I'm just here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Do we have any questions from this council for the applicant? There's no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any participants calling in? Cindy?
Thank you, Mayor. We have no remote participants requesting to speak at this time, but for the record, I will announce that prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text unredacted copies of the one written comment submitted for item 8B. Requests for copies of written comments can be made to the Office of the City Clerk during regular business hours.
Okay. Seeing no other seeing no other speakers for this public hearing, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Do we have a motion? Or do we have any comments? No comments? I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this project.
Second.
We have a first by Councilmember Hong, a second by Councilmember Yokoyama.
The motion passes 5-0.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for staying. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead to item 8C, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The final public hearing item this evening is a proposal for a zone change and a conditional use permit to facilitate automotive repair on a property in support of economic development activities in the Cerritos Auto Square. An overview of this project will be given by Sabrina Chan, Director of Community Development, and following her presentation, she and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you this evening is an applicant-initiated request for Development Map Amendment 2026-2 and Conditional Use Permit 2026-2 for the property located at 17600 Crusader Avenue. The applicant, AutoNation Incorporated, doing business as Lexus of Cerritos, is requesting a rezoning of the property from Industrial M to Industrial Commercial MC to accommodate a new use consisting of a non-customer-facing automotive service facility, which proposes to include automobile repair, private car wash as an accessory use, and surplus vehicle storage within a previously entitled industrial building. In 2023, a project for the construction of a new 75,500 square foot industrial building for a warehouse use was approved. While permits have been issued for the project, construction has not begun. Currently, the existing Industrial M zoning does not permit automotive repair, private car wash operations, or surplus vehicle storage. Therefore, the applicant is seeking a zone change to allow such uses in support of their primary dealership within the Cerritos Auto Square. Staff conducted an analysis of adjacent existing land uses and has concluded that the proposed zone change does not introduce new or incompatible uses to the surrounding properties, but rather remains compatible with existing uses, including the existing adjacent southern parcels, which are also zoned industrial commercial MC. Accompanying the zone change is the applicant's request for a conditional use permit to allow a non-customer facing service workshop, detailing area, private car wash, storage areas, and ancillary support space. All activities will occur entirely within the entitled building, and the facility will not be open to the public. The project is exempt from CEQA under Section 15061B3. However, additional traffic, VMT, noise, air quality, and greenhouse gas analyses were completed, which indicate no significant impacts. On August 5th, 2026, the Planning Commission voted 4-0 to recommend approval of DMA 2026-2 and CUP 2026-2 by the City Council. A public hearing notice was posted on the city's posting boards, mailed, and published at least 10 days prior to tonight's public hearing. At this time, it is recommended that the City Council review and discuss the proposed entitlements, conduct a public hearing, waive full reading of, and adopt an ordinance approving DMA 2026-2 and a resolution for CUP 2026-2. This concludes my presentation. At this time, the project applicant is in attendance tonight, and the applicant and staff are available to answer any questions that the City Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina, for that report. Do we have any questions from the City Council? All right, I'll go ahead and open it up for public hearing for this public item. Do we have any speakers for this item? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, members of City Council, members of staff, good evening. I'm Nina Ray with RSI Group representing AutoNation. As staff indicated, this is a non-customer warehouse that Lexus, it will be supporting the Lexus dealership that's on Studebaker. All the vehicles will be dropped off for service at the Studebaker location, and Lexus employees would be the one that would be transporting the vehicles from the dealership for repairs to this warehouse, so no customers would be allowed at this location. I'm here to answer any questions, if you guys have any.
Any questions from this council? Thank you.
Thanks.
And we have another public speaker, Mike Sibiersma. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mike Siebersma. I'm the superintendent of Valley Christian Schools, and we're proud to be part of the Cerritos community and to be neighbors to the Cerritos Auto Square. I was originally a little taken aback by the swift move to rezone and approve the new build. However, we took the time to review the plan, the environmental, noise, and traffic impact studies, and we appreciate both the diligence of our new neighbors in taking those responsible steps and the agility of the city to help move them forward at their desired pace. That said, we appreciate the plan, particularly the requirement to include an 8 to 10 foot block wall separating our properties. We also appreciate that the proposed build will include daily occupancy of the property, which should keep it clean and free of unauthorized campers in our backyard. We appreciate the conditions and the conditional use permit and encourage the city to continuously enforce them over time, particularly the requirement that workers park on the property and not in the street. Our only concern is traffic on the street, particularly in the case of an emergency or natural disaster, as Crusader Avenue is listed as an alternate pickup point for family reunification in our emergency plans. I reiterate my welcome to our new neighbors and my applause to the Planning Commission and City for helping them move this project along. I hope we can collaborate similarly with the City of Cerritos should we ever move on future development plans for our property. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Any call-in speakers, Cindy?
There are none at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Any written comments?
No written comments were received on this item.
All right, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing on this item. Bring it back to council for any comments.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. I'm just looking at some of the photos here. So it's my understanding that the existing situation is that it's a vacant lot.
That's correct. The site, the buildings that were previously on the property were previously demolished. There are plans underway for construction of a new building at the property.
When were those buildings demolished?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I believe approximately 2022, 2023 would be the time period. 2023 is when the City Council reviewed Conditional Use Permit 2022-2 and Precise Plan 22-15. Those were in January. The Planning Commission reviewed in 2022, City Council reviewed in 2023. So that would be approximately around that time when the permits were issued and the building was demolished and is currently vacant.
And what was the previous use of those existing buildings or previously existing buildings?
It was light industrial. The building at the later years of its use were primarily for warehousing. The property has been owned for many years and been used for auto storage. It's currently as an empty lot what it primarily is being used for at the moment. But the plan is to have activated uses at the property with the new building.
So when it was used for auto storage, was that by one of the dealerships?
Yes, in support of the Cerritos Auto Square dealerships.
Oh, multiple dealers.
Potentially multiple. It changes over time as different demands arise from different dealerships. They'll pay to rent basically spaces within the property.
And over the, say, past 3 years since it was demolished, if it was demolished in 22 or 23, what were there instances of homeless encampments and other types of blight on the community?
To my knowledge, there have been incidents where unauthorized persons have entered the property. There is on-site security equipment whenever there's vehicles being stored. But there have been cases where unauthorized persons have come onto the property, and we've had to deal with that from a law enforcement perspective.
Okay. Appreciate you sharing all of that, because I would imagine that, Valley Christian School, being a neighbor, might want to see, this vacant lot that's, been vacant since the previous buildings were demolished, would like to have some type of improvement. And so thank you to the representative from the superintendent from the Valley Christian Schools for letting us know that you're in support of the project. That means a lot, especially how close it is. The speaker did make mention that he was pleased to see that in the plans there would be 8 to 10 feet high walls. I'm wondering, which is it? Is it going to be 8 feet or 10 feet, or is it going to be vary depending, along the length of the wall that divides the property?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Polito. Yes, so the project that has been approved is an 8-foot decorative concrete screen block wall. That has been approved as part of the project through its first entitlement in 2022 under Precise Plan 2022-15.
Okay, and I'm curious though, I mean, is that sufficient height in order to deal with, I would imagine, sound issues with the intended use of the auto repair facility?
Thank you. A noise analysis was completed to ensure, operationally with the new proposed use, that there would be no additional noise impacts. All activities shall occur inside the building and with the proposed wall, and the noise study did indicate that there would be no significant impacts.
Okay. Appreciate that in theory. I'm curious what recourse would the school have if, for example, the noise level disrupts the educational mission of the school. If it becomes a problem, what should the school do? I'm glad to see that they're, being a good neighbor and being supportive at the outset. But when I hear that a wall is not 10 feet but 8 feet, that I'm curious if it's truly going to mitigate the adverse impacts, the sound impacts from the commercial activity that's happening on the other side of the wall, and if that's going to be compatible with the educational use of the other side of the wall.
Yeah, so the City of Cerritos, the municipal code does have environmental performance standards to address that very issue. And one of those environmental standards is noise. So the conditions of approval have been established to help prevent the potential occasion of excessive noise, but should that ever be an issue, and if the school were to contact the city if they detect what they perceive are excessive noise levels, then our code enforcement team would investigate and make sure that the use is in compliance with the noise standards of the city.
Okay. Wonderful. I appreciate that. I think that's all the questions I have at this time. And thank you once again for staff's due diligence, and again to the folks from Valley Christian coming out to speak on this issue. And thank you to the applicant.
Any other council members have comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm so glad the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned about the 8 feet high. I remember any project, any new building next to school has to be 8 feet tall. I think this is pretty common practice. But my question is, I see the solid wall on the one corner, but the other side is like fence. It seems like it had a barrier on top. Is that right? On your picture of page 125. One is looking south along the east side of the building with the fence parking area on left. And the next one is the looking north through the central area. It's like just a fence, regular fence. Is that safe for the children? Or is it all solid wall, 8 feet high?
Thank you, Councilmember Say. I believe you might be referring to Exhibit 6.
Yes, Exhibit 6.
Exhibit 6 of the existing conditions.
Yeah.
Right. So there is a chain link fence currently between the Valley Christian School and the property. So that will become a wall. The other temporary fencing on the property are more internal fencing.
Internal. Okay, got it.
For
facing
the
to them.
Property owner. So the proposed project includes new perimeter walls on the north, east, and south property lines, as well as updated entry point for vehicle access.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? All right, go ahead and entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Polito and a second by Councilmember Hong.
The motion to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation to waive full reading of and introduce an ordinance of the City of Cerritos approving Development Map Amendment 2026-2, a request to amend the Cerritos Development Map by changing the zone classification at approximately plus or minus 3.93 acres of land located at 17600 Crusader Avenue, Cerritos, California, 90703 from Industrial M to Industrial Commercial MC, APN 7034-017-019, and waive full reading of and adopt a resolution of the Cerritos City Council approving Conditional Use Permit 2026-2, a request by AutoNation Inc. to permit the operation of a non-customer facing automotive repair facility, private car wash, and vehicle parking facility at 17600 Crusader Avenue, Cerritos, California, 90703 to support the existing Lexus of Cerritos dealership located at a separate site. The subject property is located at 17600 Crusader Avenue, Cerritos, California, 90703, APN 7034-017-019, passes on a vote of 5 to 0. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Next, 9A, city manager.
Sorry, that was legally required, so.
Okay. It is a public hearing, I understand. Thank you. And thank you for those that stayed. 9A, city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This final agenda item for discussion this evening is comes back to you at the direction of the City Council as it relates to procedures for reviewing and tabulating written protests related to Prop 218 procedures. An overview of this item will be presented by City Clerk Cindy Nava.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, the item before you is consideration to waive full reading of and adopt a resolution of the Cerritos City Council amending adopted procedures for receiving, tabulating, and validating written protests to proposed water and sewer property-related fees and charges. On April 13, 2026, in accordance with previous City Council direction, staff presented information regarding validation of protest forms submitted for the January 26, 2026 Proposition 218 public hearing. While completing the validation process, staff recognized opportunities for refinement and increased clarity for submission and validation procedures in the future and made note of this to the City Council in the April 13 report. The City Council then directed staff to return with an agenda report providing review of amended procedures for receipt, tabulation, and validation of written protests to proposed water and sewer rate adjustments. Proposed adjustments to the procedures are noted in this agenda report below and included in the recitals of the resolution presented as Attachment A. Notable amendments include clarification of who will be mailed public hearing notices and who may submit a written protest on behalf of an estate, homeowners association, or business. Additional clarity is sought by the inclusion on the written protest, the full legal name as listed on the city's utility customer database or county property tax assessment roll. And I noted that there are changes presented here to the procedures, but it's really not the procedures. It's really just a clarification of what staff was looking at and looking for during the validation process. And that is meant to assist members of the public and staff with the completion of this process the next time around. I will note that if a member of the general public is unsure of what utility customer or property owner name they have on record, they may reference their city utility bill or county property tax records, or may contact city staff to obtain their utility customer information after providing certain standard authentication information. We also note for increased transparency that while the city is within the Proposition 218 hearing proceedings, after notices are mailed until the public hearing day, an estimated total of number of written protests submitted to our office by the end of the previous business day will be disclosed to any interested party upon request. The key is really that the signer name and address or parcel number on the written protest match what is on the city or county record, that there's a clear indication of protest, and that if for some reason the name of the protest signer does not match what is on record, the city has supporting evidence that that person executing the protest is eligible to do so. This helps to ensure that eligible businesses and trusts, for example, that have authorized parties not specifically named on the city's account or the property tax assessment record are recognized. The city's current procedures are simple and clean. However, these procedures can be further improved by recent experience and feedback. These additional details that we've added are intended to increase transparency in the process and enhance the clarity for both staff and members of the general public. At this time, staff recommends the City Council review the information provided, open public comment, then waive full reading of and adopt a resolution adopting procedures for receiving, tabulating, and validating written protests to water and sewer property-related fees and charges, or provide alternate direction to staff. This concludes our report. The city manager, city attorney, and I are available to answer any questions the City Council may have.
Thank you, Cindy, for that report. Do we have any questions from the council? Seeing none, I'm going to open it up. Oh, you do. Sorry.
I reviewed the item 9A report, including 2014-22 resolution. But the most important point for tonight is that the 2026 proposal does not simply repeat 2014-2. It adds more detail around the validation and give the city clerk a clear role in determining is validated or not. But however, one of the things I always concern about, the right to protest should not only exist on paper. Our process, I use original user procedure, should make it understandable and reasonable, accessible for residents access their right. I think the idea, the clarifying and the process is reasonable to me. But however, I believe anything like this, because really we have such such high number invalidate the application. It's like 1,600 versus 1,700. I kind of I put it down somewhere here. But however, that the clerk just mentioned about some common error that people are making but how they have a right to voice. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like not really take other side, their consideration, their side to point of view. And I am concerned about that. I have a rental house. One of the house, the area that I rent, I pay the water bill. I pay the electric bill and trash bill, and they reimburse back to me. But their time, they rush and pay through the city, so their name is not on the record. The records is my name. I'm the owner. But they're the one living there, and they also pay the water bill. When that happen, how you determine from there, the validate or not validate, not just only by the name of the residents. That's my concern. A lot of the red tape there. I kind of worry about that. And we, instead of have people have a right to voice their opinion, and then we discourage them. That doesn't make me feel comfortable for this 9A item.
Thank you, Council Member Say. I would not categorize it as a city trying to disadvantage people from providing their comments. I will say that the procedures that are before you enhance clarity with respect to who is authorized to submit a protest. California Constitution, Article 13D, as adopted by the voters of the state of California under Proposition 218, require that all notices be sent to the property owner. Agencies go above and beyond that by sending it to the utility customers under the Omnibus Government Code Act to implement Prop 218, which is not a requirement of Prop 218 itself. However, as a result of that government code provision that allows notices to be sent to utility customers, the city, as well as other agencies, do count whatever protest is received with respect to that parcel. And so whether it's the property owner or the tenant that provides a written protest, that protest will be counted as part of the proceedings. And that's outlined and detailed in the amendment to this resolution.
I have another question here. On the Section 10, that would say something internal things. I'll just put the pages on. Section 10, which is on this agenda, page 5. The plain action, the city clerk decision regarding the validate of written protest shall constitute a final action of the city and should not be subject to any internal appeal, which means after city clerk decided, nobody can really go back and revise that. Am I right? Why can't they? Internal. So we give entitled right to the clerk?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you, Councilmember Say, for your question. The first thing I would like to note about the question in this section is that this is not a change to the adopted procedures at all. This was included in that resolution also that was adopted in 2014, and it is a very common practice to state it as such. The city clerk will rely on the law, which is reflected in the city requirements within this resolution. We also would provide future very clear instructions as to what will be acceptable and what will not. And if there is any ambiguity, which we also have added to the resolution in another section, we will work with the city attorney to resolve the issue. The proposed amend and the city attorney would then adjudicate on the matter. So there's not really room for protest, and if there would be a desire to reconsider a form that somebody thought was incorrectly submitted, that could be done prior to the close of the public hearing, but not after.
It still doesn't, I mean, I still have a question about this for internal decision appeal. The reason I said this, like you said, mentioned about the 2014-22, the resolution for 218, Proposition 218. So right now you're writing on 2026, you made the change. And when you make a change to fit what the issue that we have, but this one, you didn't pay attention, and no need to be internal appeal. So totally, the decision will be done by the city clerk? Yeah. So when you look into it, when you update it, you need to look all area, not just correct what happened. The paper's not done. Like I said, the paperwork is not really represent exactly people's wishes. Some of the common error people are making it. So how do we prevent that? How do we prevent? I like to people should have an internal. I like to have people should have internal appeal, not be subject to any internal appeal.
Thank you, Councilmember Say. I'll answer that question, and I do appreciate that we want to be thorough with respect to the information that's provided and provide, I guess, err on the side of caution is where you're coming from, and so we can understand and appreciate that desire. I think if you liken this to the voting process, this is probably the best correlation that we have. When somebody provides their protest form, the city clerk's office does go through each individual form to ensure that everything is met with respect to the requirements of a Prop 218 process. And that's why the form was created. That's why we have a process. That's why there's a recess to determine the final tabulation. And to the extent that there are a great number of protests that are received that require a thorough review, that's why we have a continuance of the process and allows the city clerk's office to review that thoroughly and come back to a future meeting to ensure that the tabulation is done properly and correctly in compliance with all the statutes and the government code provisions. And I think to have an internal review process or an internal appeal process would delay the procedures for an immeasurable amount of time. Once that is submitted, once a protest is submitted, and before the deadline for the public hearing process, any individual that submitted a protest can seek a review of their paperwork. And to the extent that anything is incorrect, this updated resolution does provide for a way to review, take that back, and resubmit a protest form prior to the hearing. That's included in this updated resolution. What we are looking at is if you, in essence, vote in a general election, for example, you submit your vote, turn it into the voter registrar, the county registrar counts the vote, and you decide, oh, I missed a bubble, you cannot take that back. There's no internal appeal process because that is a voting procedure. You have to ensure that your vote is correct before you turn it in. And this is similar to that. A Prop 218 protest is, in essence, a type of voting. And so that is why you are required to ensure that you fill out your voting form correctly. And in that sense, there's no internal appeal process for that either. The appeal process is, in essence, a validation petition to the court.
And back again, this is talking about fairness. I know you can't be fair everything, but I can give you one example on when, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, the elections are this on only local, our city, not the November elections. If I remember, there was some question about how people voted and didn't do anything. Our people had to contact the person, ask them signatures as them they check them to verify. Am I right?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Say. I believe what we are discussing is the curing process for signatures. For example, if you forgot to sign your vote by mail envelope, but then we would reach out to you and send you a letter in the mail prescribing a time for you to be able to cure that. Generally, at the close of the public hearing, it's similar but a little bit different. What I could maybe recommend is a modification to Section 5 of the resolution where we add to the title modification / withdrawal of written protest. And under that section, we can insert right after the sentence, the first sentence, any person who submits a written protest may also modify or correct their previously submitted written protest by submitting a written request that the original written protest submitted be withdrawn. Then the requester may then submit a new corrected written protest. That would be the best way to cure, and the best way for that to happen would be prior to the close of the public hearing.
I'm a little confusing here. Forgive me. Can you more for clarification?
Can I say something? Okay.
Thank you. I will get to you.
What do you mean you
If it's a
can't?
curing, yeah.
Did you want to finish your thought?
Yeah, I'm kind of a little lost there.
It's on 5.
Five,
section
yeah, I
5,
saw
page
that.
9.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If you want to take time to read
Yeah.
that, and we'll
Okay.
Get back to me.
Councilman
How about
Atmore.
5, Section
Maybe-
10? 5? Okay, I'm looking at.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Maybe I can add on something to help council member Say. I was going to ask for a cure process for minor errors. Like, for example, if the resident have a signature, a minor, problem, and they like the resident should have a like signature problem or incomplete information, a discrepancy of in the property records, the resident should have a reasonable opportunity to correct it before the protest is finally rejected. So this is what you were talking about, adding on the page 4, section 5, we can withdraw the written protest, have them come over, have a withdrawal of that, but we add on the curing process for them. They can say, okay, I want to withdraw it because I know I made a mistake. And then we let them rewrite another one. So we can have, if you can insert that cure process into the section 5 on page 4, that would be great. I hope that's my understanding as well. Thank you.
Yes, if the city council does approve that recommendation, we will add that modification to the resolution.
Thank you.
They're talking the withdrawal.
Councilmember Say, did you want to finish out your thoughts?
Yeah, mine's on Section 10. That was a sentence that
Section 10.
should not be subject to any internal appeal. This is total different than we're talking about the withdrawal of the written protest on Section 5.
Okay, so you want to address the...
Yeah, I'm addressing Section 10,
10.
not the Section 5. Section 5 already talked about the process of withdrawal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about Section 10.
Oh.
The city clerk's decision regarding the validity of a written protest shall constitute a final action of the city, should not be subject to any internal appeal.
So what are you asking for?
I'm asking, this is so, that was my focus on the Section 10, not the, yeah. Because I compared the both. I understand when you update it, you made the correction either according to the process that we had. We realize we need to improve, but we also need to see what else we can improve that. That section, I see that it should be improving that. However, that's just my recommendation, and then this doesn't seem some fairness there. I mean, it's not fair to me.
Okay, do we have any other questions? We'll open it up for public comments. Go ahead, let me see what the speakers are. Robert Chevelle, then Sam Desai, then Carla.
Hello again, Mayor, council members, staff, fellow residents, few though we are now. I speak tonight against the proposed changes. I've also submitted written comments, as you know. I'm strongly against these changes. I assure you that this brings me no pleasure. I would much prefer to be positive and encouraging and thankful, as I hope I was earlier when I talked about the golf course. I think the proposed changes, nominally, they are obviously to make things clear and complete. That's good, no doubt. It's like a game or a sporting event where you decide on the rules in advance. Unfortunately here, the residents cannot opt out if they don't like the rules. They are forced to participate, and you are deciding the rules. And I think these rule changes are unfair. It's like heads I win, tails you lose. Let me explain. Suppose I am John Smith, and I live at 123 Main. That is sufficient to uniquely identify me, and it should be sufficient for a city that knows me. But the proposed new rules would say no. They would say that my protest form would be deemed invalid and thrown out. I would have to write not merely John J.J. Smith, but I would have to put my middle names too. John Jacob Jingleheimer Smith. Thank you, someone, for getting that. And 123 Main will not work as my address, sadly. I would have to include the suffix. I would have to say Main Street, even if there's only one Main in Cerritos. There are also some issues with respect to the date of ownership or the payment of the bill. For example, what if a house is sold or changes tenants between the notice and the hearing, and then apparently no protest form is possible? Echoing what you were talking about earlier with the curing and the withdrawing, I think there's a slight problem in section 9G. It says, the written protest identifies a parcel for which another written protest has already been received. We all agree, no duplicates. But I think it should say for which a valid written protest has already been received. Because if your first one was invalid, you should be able to submit a new one that's valid. That's only fair. I know you only get one, but you shouldn't have to work to withdraw one and then submit another, just to submit the second. And then there's now an explicit threat that these are going to be made public. To echo what the city attorney was saying, if these same changes concerned an election rather than a form submitted to the city, they would be viewed as vote suppression, vote intimidation, or voter disenfranchisement. These are serious things. There are plenty of ACL lures looking for reason to sue the city. In my opinion, this would be easy for them. Please do not approve these as.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chevelle. I'll address your concerns after all the public comments. Next, Sam Desai, then Carla.
Several administrative and documentation requirements that make it stricter and functionally harder for property owners, utility customers, and representative entities to successfully submit a protest form. The updated rules affect residents and property owners in the following ways. Added burdens on legal representatives and entities. There's strict documentation deadlines. Representatives such as executors, estate administrators, trust managers, guardians, HOAs, corporations, and unincorporated associations are now required to submit certified legal documentation on or written board authorization prior to the close of the public hearing if their name's not on the listed tax roll. Loss of protest validity. If an entity or representative submits a written protest without attaching these official documents before the deadline, their protest will be disqualified. The second area, stricter identification and formatting rules. Exact name matching. The protest must explicitly state the legibly, which is very subjective, printed full legal name as listed on the city's utility customer or assessment roll record. Discrepancies between how a resident writes their name and how it appears on the city's database could lead to disqualification. Full address standards. Under your Section 3B, the protest must include the complete street address, including house number, street name, street suffix, and unit number. Missing a unit number or suffix could potentially be used as grounds for rejection under 9A or B. However, the California Election Code, Section 105, Item 2, says that they will not be disqualified or removed for not having an apartment number or a unit number on them. Number 4, broad disqualification in city authority. Sole discretion on ambiguities are under Section 9. If any submitted documentation is considered ambiguous or unclear, the city attorney holds sole authority to declare whether it's adequate. The final action with the city clerk, others have already talked about. Just because it was there and we're not changing it, this is the time to change that. There should be an appeal process for people. While the staff report frames these changes as efforts to improve clarity, transparency, administrative efficiency, and legal compliance, the practical effect is a set of stricter procedural rules. Minor technical errors such as missing unit suffix or an unattached trust document will result in the complete disqualification of a resident's vote against a rate or a fee increase. While local governments possess broad discretion to establish political guidelines for tabulating protests, several provisions in Cerritos' proposed draft present legal vulnerabilities. I have 2 of those legal vulnerabilities. I am out of time, so I will submit them in an email to you, but you do open up yourself.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Do we have any call-in?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Speaker Currit, please unmute your microphone and begin your comments.
All right, sorry. Good evening, Mayor. My concern is around Section 1. When noticing for Prop 218, I want there to be a clear delineation of what it is, i.e. clearly identifiable color envelope or something that really says this is a Prop 218 and it affects taxes. Point number 1. It needs to be clearly labeled, and there's still issues around our last one. 2, a return envelope should be included. And the reason I say should is because, yeah, legally you don't have to do it, but I think we are better than sticking with the floor. Let's raise the bar a little bit and do the right thing. 3rd, I have a problem with the handwriting. As you know, I've been involved with the repeal. It is inconceivable to me that we're looking at the handwriting of our senior citizens who struggle to hold a pen, who struggle to write a name, who struggle to sign a form. And we're going to put these things there. What accommodations will you make? Added on, where will they drop them off? I need for the city to find an ADA accessible point where the individuals can drop off their forms. Not the city clerk's office, which is not easily accessible. Find a suitable location. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other call-ins?
No, not at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. I will go ahead and close public comments. Bring it back to the council.
Sorry, I should note for the record that prior to the meeting, the City Council received full text and redacted copies of the one written comment submitted for item 9A by the deadline listed on the agenda and for inclusion on the official record. Requests for copies of the written comments submitted can be made to the City Clerk's office during regular business hours.
Okay. Let's bring it back to the council, maybe address some of the concerns of residents that brought up these, that spoke. Let me see, the one about, that Currit talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? What?
Yeah, say yes.
Oh, the one that Currit talked about the envelopes or something. Can somebody address that, please? He wanted return of address envelopes. He wanted something ID'd, easily identifiable on Section 1, Notice of Public Hearing. he had talked about how we should have a form that's easily identifiable, and then do we provide a return address envelope?
Mayor, can I add one thing? I remember you had 2014, you used yellow or orange color envelope when you sent out for the water rate
Okay.
increase. Am I
All
right?
Okay. Is that feasible?
So in 2014, there were return envelopes included. That's not
Mm-hmm.
specified in the protest procedure, but that was an action taken at that time.
Mm-hmm.
There were no return envelopes provided in the most recent Prop 218 procedure
So,
or process.
all right, that's something for the council to consider. If it's the will of the council to go ahead and make those changes, it's up to you guys. The other thing that was brought up was, do they have to be turned into the clerk's office? I know that it is not easily accessible. Is there other options?
The other option would be submitting via mail.
Oh, okay. All right. So that covers that. Very good.
For the
Or
record,
in person at the public hearing.
yes, they
Oh.
can come to the public hearing. And for the record, I will state that the city clerk's office is accessible. They can use the ramp and then the elevator.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you. I never come that way. So, and they can also come in at any council meeting, right? And drop it off. Doesn't have to be the final hearing, right? Like, would you accept it during a regular council meeting?
We really should be accepting them during our regular business hours or
see.
at the public hearing.
I see. Okay. Or by mail.
Or by mail.
Okay. The other one was so can the city attorney please identify like section 3 form of written protest, the need to have the full legal name and the need to have the suffix. I think our city has so many streets, places, avenues with the same name. So I kind of see where we need to do that, but how about the full legal name? Can we address that?
It makes it difficult on the city clerk to determine who is providing the protest and whether or not they're actually authorized to protest
I see.
for that parcel, because the only people under the requirements of Prop 218 and the Omnibus Implementation Act, only those who have a property interest can protest. A son or daughter who happens to live at a property, if they are not the parcel owner and if they are not the tenant, they are not legally entitled to protest.
I see.
That is a legal requirement. We cannot get around that legal requirement.
Okay.
That is in violation of Prop 218, and that's why we require the names. If you've got a father and a son who share the same name, for example, that would be a requirement to ensure that the person protesting is the person who is legally authorized to protest. And I think you already hinted at the street address. We have, for example, De Oro Place. We have De Oro Circle.
We do.
also have Samora Place, Samora Avenue, Samora Circle. A lot of that are they're cul-de-sacs. I do know, for example, in Torrance, we've got 182nd Place, 182nd Street. They're parallel and they have the exact same numerical address, but
Oh
the
my
suffix is different. And so you have to know, are you turning onto street
Yeah.
or are you turning onto place? Because they're physically different addresses that share the same number.
Okay.
If I may also add to that, Cerritos prides itself on its diversity, and we have a significant number, potentially, of people who may have adopted English names and use their English name on a regular basis, but that may not be their legal name on record as in their property tax records or in the city's utility customer database. And we would have no way of attaching somebody to a name that's not listed.
I see. Yeah, no, we want to be able to make it easy for our residents, but also remain in compliance with Prop 218. Anybody else have any
Mayor, I have a
comments?
question. I have a
Yes.
comment. Under your policy right now says either by mail or by turning in personally, right? Am I right? So, according to FPPC at that time, they can have sent someone to mail turning in their ballot, which I call ballot now. Appeal envelope. My concern, if you FPCC approve that, for other people can turn it in as long as they sign their name. Why can't we do on this one? Because when we're talking about those special needs people, and now if we can provide an envelope, still you have to put it in the outside. Sometimes mail gets stolen, and there's another thing about signature. I agree with the Kira Chang-Hong just mentioned about it changed. I remember that happened to me. My election in November. How usually it tells you how many times you voted. Right? When I ran it, I went back again and say, hey, how come I didn't vote on my personal election? Because I realized that my signatures changed it. So it didn't get approved that. So I didn't vote for my own elections. Because the signature can be changed time to time, especially for senior people might have, start shaking hand and they didn't update their signature. That turn around against their wishes. So, and I know this time, all the signature has sent to the county to verify their signature. Am I right? For the reappeal or water things, we don't do any validate their signature here. And also, I was concerned about the safety issue. The confidential issue too. During this process, sometimes I'm just potentially so people can go to the office and put a pressure on or make some changes, which is not fair. And also, if the people start turning the paper in, you don't know that yes and no, but then make them scared to come and turn the paper too, because they worry about people might go after them. That I'm a concern, but only by mailing or turning in by themselves.
Does that mean you don't want the envelopes?
If the envelope, it should be returned with the stamps and different color envelope. I agree with that. I think they should go to the future, the protest form. We should have a community get involved. I really believe if we can get a community get involved, the form will be more feeling to the both sides. At least our hands clean. I remember we have a so-called school of choice. The pamphlet was sent to the people. And at the beginning, a lot of people feel here, there, it's not fair for the resident. It benefit to the outside. But however, when we have a resident involved with us, the changes there, their community involvement and become a transparency. It'd be much better safe for us in here, just per our needs, but we also can see the other side, the residents' needs. So the next form, if we're going to plan, work on the protest form, I think we should really get the community involved with that.
I just want to say that we do allow somebody's protest form to be walked in by somebody else, right, Cindy?
That's correct.
Okay, so I just need to correct that misstatement.
Do you
But
have any?
we need, if you change it 2026, we need to follow that. Am I right? So the staff will be educated.
We're not changing that.
It says right here, mail or personal deliver.
Yeah,
right?
it can be
Yeah.
turned in, the protest form
Can protest
can be
turn-
turned in by anybody else.
Can it
We,
do
we
that?
allowed that in 2020, we allowed that in the most recent Proposition 218 process. And all we're doing in this document is clarifying the Proposition 218 law that is under our state constitution. Proposition 218 is a voter-approved part of our state constitution. The voters approved it. The voters passed it. It's a part of the Constitution of the state of California, and our city clerk and Robert, Pam, and Cindy, in preparing this agenda report, they're clarifying the process that the city follows in complying with our state constitution. They are not going against our state constitution, specifically the Proposition 218 portion of our state constitution. And you saying that we're not allowing people to walk in protest forms filled out by someone else is completely incorrect.
Well, I agree with, I understand that the last time, which is 2026, the recent one, we do a lot of people turning in for other people. But when you have your come and revise on 2026, you stated very clear on section 2, submission of written protest. It said very clearly, still, I mean, there's no change to maintain that if you talk about transparency, you say that right here, clearly by delivered by mail or in person to the office of the city clerk. You mentioned that by mail or in person. Okay. In person means what? Anybody or so anybody.
Yes. That
Okay.
means anybody.
Okay.
In person.
In person.
In person.
So we follow the FPPC. Okay, got it. Thank you.
What does that mean, follow the FPPC? What are you referring to?
You know, Frank, I just say state a sentence right there, in person, that's all. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
but you said,
I don't like to more explanation in the public. There we go. Thank you.
I don't want the public to think that the FPPC is involved with the Proposition 218 hearing process.
FPPC not involved in Proposition 218, but FPPC is similar to the voting rights.
Okay, certainly discussions about having an envelope, not having an envelope, that can be taken at the time when we do go through another if we go through another Prop 218 process. The conversation right now is just really to review and give clarity to the tabulating and receiving of these forms, any other ways to make it easier on the residents and how we issue the forms, how we deliver the forms, how they return the forms in an envelope. That is to be discussed at the time of a future to Prop 218 process. So right now, let's just stick to the agenda report of the resolution to amend the receiving, tabulating, and validity of these written protests. Do you have a comment, Jennifer?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you for giving the time. I think my personal perspective is that the purpose of our procedure should not be to accurately determine the will of the affected property owners, not to create technical barriers that prevent legitimate property owners from having their position counted. I think this, to me, is very important. So I think if this will clarify some of the procedure, and I'll be happy about that. But for sure, I would like, if there's a motion and anything, I would like to ask for a cure process to be inserted before on the page 5, section 5, page 4. I think that would be helpful because after they submit the form, there's nothing you can do, that's too late. But before that, if they notice that, they have some minor mistake, I think we should give them a second chance to correct it before the protest is finally rejected. That way, I think it's more fair for the resident. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking at the submitted written correspondence for agenda item 9A regarding Prop 218 procedures. And Mr. Chevelle on item 8 mentions such changes will only invite litigation against the city. For example, by the ACLU, the city does not need more lawsuits against it. And also, he made comments, and also Ms. Gilheis also made some comments. Was wondering if our city attorney could give us her opinion on that.
With respect to opening up the city to further liability or litigation potential with respect to these clarifications, reviewed it with the city clerk as well as the city manager and compared it to other agencies as well as the requirements under the government code omnibus bill to implement Prop 218 as well as Prop 218 requirements under the California Constitution, Section 13D itself, and they are all in compliance with the required laws. The reasons we stated for including these legal requirements and what some commenters will state as more strict than necessary, we've indicated that they are in fact necessary because they're required to identify the parcel, the owner, or someone who has a property interest in the related water or sewer fee. Prop 218 is a property-related fee provision of state law, and only those who have a property interest are allowed to protest. Going above and beyond that to allow any additional persons or entities that the city cannot verify as having a property interest would be in violation of Prop 218.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That's all I have.
Okay, if there are no other comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
A first and a second.
The motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. We will go ahead with item number 10.
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have any legislative items to present this evening under item 10A or 10B.
Thank you. Yes. I don't think this is a time for public comments, Mr. Okay.
If I may,
Yes.
generally, comments made regarding closed session would happen during item 6.
Item 6?
Comment.
Okay. If you want to speak now, then I'll entertain it. I'll open it up for public comments. This is under item 6. He will be speaking about 12B.
Well, if this is item 12B, we're not there
Actually,
yet.
it's
Oh, we're not there
So we
yet.
can-
I am
we can
sorry.
get to item 12
We'll get to
after 10 and
12B.
11.
Sorry. Let me get to item 10.
Thank you.
Item 10.
Well, we're never going to get to 12B in open session. 12B is closed session.
Right, but they are allowed to speak on the item
Right.
before, and so he missed his opportunity at 6.
Okay. Item 10. Nothing. you said.
Nothing under item 10,
All right.
10A or 10B this evening.
All right. How about 11?
No items to report under 11A this evening.
All right. 11B, City Council Communications. All right. Thank you. Item 12, closed session. City Attorney.
Yes, at the prior closed session meeting of July 27th, 2026, we did meet in closed session to discuss items listed on that agenda, which included an item of potential litigation, as well as the public employee appointment, evaluation, and dismissal of the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk. No reportable action was taken, and the meeting did adjourn at 1:55 a.m.
Okay. Can I then now open it up for item 6 for public comments? And we have a speaker that would like to speak under public comments, item 6 regarding 12B.
Actually, it's 12C.
12C.
I apologize, Ms. Lee, for interrupting the process here. So my question is whether there is a procedure for the public to submit input on performance appraisal. And so for those of you who read clearly in the minutes from the last meeting, it appears that I critiqued the city manager at the last meeting. Wasn't directly when I said the ball is in your court, wasn't necessarily a critique, it was a comment. So is there, and I'm just asking this question if I'm not entitled to an answer now, maybe I can get the answer maybe on Wednesday morning at 8:30. Is there a facility for a member of the public to input on performance appraisal of the city manager? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have staff get back to you, Mr. Plowman. Thank you. All right, we are now adjourned and going into closed session. Oh, one more. I'm sorry, not adjourned. In observance, I have an announcement. In observance of the 40th anniversary of the Cerritos air disaster, the city will hold an informal gathering at 10 o'clock a.m. on Monday, August 31st in the Cerritos Sculpture Garden. A brief remembrance and moment of silence will take place at the Cerritos Air Disaster Memorial to honor the victims, families, and residents affected by the tragic events of the Cerritos air disaster on August 31, 1986. Information about the gathering is posted on the city's website at cerritos.gov. Now I'd like to adjourn the meeting.
Yes, we will now recess into closed session to discuss items listed under the closed session agenda. Item 12A, existing litigation, City of Whittier versus Superior Court, LA County. 12B, one item of potential litigation, as well as 12C, 12D, and 12E related to the public employee appointment, evaluation, and dismissal of city manager, city attorney, and a city clerk.
Thank you. Adjourned.